till my speaker come.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these restless nights, all these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of ain't it Beijing, man, ain't know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could light the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. But you know,
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. How will I get out of the jungle? Everybody wanna stop me. 10 more steps up the mountain. Now everybody's looking for me. Spend my life in the desert till something changed inside of me. Now I'm flying over oceans. Everybody looking at me. I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Full power, get louder. I'ma get strong, just watch me. Full power, get louder. I'ma get strong, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. Gonna hear my song, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. I can run this town. Somebody give me the key. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. No more doubt about me. Oh, I can run this town. Don't you know I got the Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows. I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows. I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows. I'll keep going till my I'll keep going till my I'll keep go till my speaker tone. I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows. 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 Going till my speaker tone blows. I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows. I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows. I'll keep going till my I'll keep going till my I'll keep go till my speaker tone. I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows. 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 I'll keep going till my speaker tone blows.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of ain't it Beijing, man, ain't know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could light the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on the better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. Pacino.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God it's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards ECL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/ECL.
Hello everybody, welcome on back to ESL Challenger League Season 50. We are in the thick of Europe. It is Cup number 3. We're getting closer and closer to that regional final. I'm Sam, I'm one of your casters today, and I'm joined for the first time in a hot minute. Wolfie, how are you doing this evening?
I'm feeling old. It's been a long time since I've been on the mic. I'm looking at some of these players. I barely remember their names, much less their faces, but excited to get into the action.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We've got some really exciting action today as well. The bracket has been shaping up quite interestingly, to say the least. I think there have been a couple of surprise results, not just in this cup, but in the first couple of cups as well. We've already got 2 teams that have obviously made their way into the regional final, which we'll be playing in a couple of weeks' time. That'll be Paravision and BC Game. But here in cup number 3, obviously Paravision, they were like, you know what, we've qualified. So they haven't participated in the following cups, but BC Game have been, and they've not had the best of performances so far. They got knocked out by Partisan quite literally yesterday, basically getting 3rd rounded, which is a bit rough. But over in our upper bracket, we're going to have Sinners taking on Zero Tenacity, and I don't even know how to pronounce that. Alphabet taking on ESC. Yeah, bro, the keyboard smash went hard.
Yeah, I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce that either. I mean, you can forgive BC Game, right? They got the job done last time out. Don't really need to be here again. Just use it for a bit of warm-up. Keep the team vaguely warm, which, to be fair, Simple could do with, given how long he's been out of it. And over on our side, where things actually get a little bit interesting, obviously Alliance going to be gutted after Cup 2, losing in that final up against BC Game. It's probably the single toughest opposition you're going to get at this level, realistically, at this point. So to come out from that one second, building from Cup 1 to Cup 2, it's a great place to be. And if they can get the better of this Swedish derby today, then they're in with a really solid chance of booking their spot in the regionals.
And at least if they do lose here, then, you've got that cushioning of the lower bracket, as I mentioned that. And BC Game, as mentioned, not going to be an issue this time around. You will have to deal with Partisan, who 2-0'd them yesterday in a fairly surprising display. But there's a lot of other incredibly strong talent that are still kind of hovering around in this lower bracket area at the moment as well. So at this point, it feels like no one's really safe. No one's really confirmed themselves much of anything just yet. There's still 2 spots to play for at that regional final. So looking forward to seeing which one of them is going to be the one to snag that spot. Now, we obviously know who our 2 teams are, but let's deep dive a little bit into some of the players. We have a player to watch here as well. A little bit of low-hanging fruit, Wolfie, but it's going to be Poi.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take the easy win. Obviously, came onto the Swedish scene and was sort of touted as the next big thing. Then went and nabbed himself a kill record in CS2 and still has that record to this day, I believe, at 39. So obviously a lot of potential, but never really lived up to it on the Eyeballers roster. Spent a good amount of time there, announced he wasn't going to be renewing his contract, and he was always going to end up on another Swedish team. He's done a fantastic job. He's had JW getting him in for a year. Now he's got Twist trying to mentor him and bring him up. It's a fantastic opportunity for us to just see him get a little bit of that consistency and really show us what he's made of.
Absolutely. And now we get to take a look at some of the maps for this evening. And okay, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting the Overpass. I'm here for it. I feel like we really haven't seen too much of it since it's been brought back into CS2. I think a lot of teams are still kind of, I don't know, finding their comfort on it. Not quite as bad as the train. We see that even less, it feels like. But aside from the Overpass, it's going to be the Inferno, and then we head over to Nuke for that decider. And taking a look at kind of the more recent statistics here, it feels like maybe there's a bit of a favoring here for Johnny Speeds, just in terms of the Veto anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to let the lovely production team tell me in my ear that Veto was backwards, because there's no way the bands went that way. But it's an interesting set of maps to work off. Obviously, I'm going to say it would have been Johnny Speeds who would have picked up Inferno. That makes a lot of sense. It's a bit of a punish pick against the Alliance guys. Then Alliance just straight into your most comfortable map, get it done, get it out early. And to be honest, there's not really a world where Johnny Speeds are going to do them on that map. It's far too easy for them. And again, that decisive third map, Nuke feels like a good place to end up if you're Alliance, right? You go through the Veto. I was looking at this before we came in. They've got a very strong map pool these days, helped by the fact that Johnny Speeds like to pick towards Mirage, which is their permaban, so you get that out of the way nice and early. And when you're matching these 2 teams up, there just isn't a lot of places the Johnny Speeds roster can go and realistically have a shout at taking out Alliance. So Overpass makes sense. Realistically, it's a must-win for Johnny Speeds, and even then, it's a long uphill battle from there.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, with this highly technical map of that third map, Nuke, even if you do get all the way there, you know that it can be a little bit of a coin flip, and so much of it is going to hinge on how that first half goes, because obviously everybody gets a second half, everybody gets an opportunity to be on that CT side, but whoever gets to start on it will always have a little bit more of an advantage. They can start to build themselves a bit of a runaway lead, but obviously that's much later. We'll be kicking things off here, as mentioned, on Overpass, and confirmed, that is Johnny Speeds' map pick, so could be a little bit spicy. We'll see how that actually does turn itself out. They've played it a few times. They've been very coin flippy in terms of success, but you take a look at some of the tournaments that they've been playing in, and that's also been a little bit coin flippy. So really is tough to call what that result is going to look like. But here we go, folks. ESL Challenger League Season 50, Cup number 3. We're still up here in the upper bracket, and these teams will be scrapping their way to try and secure a spot at the regional finals.
Tough place to be. Obviously, Alliance trying to bounce back. They've been doing a really solid job of it. I mean, just looking at the numbers recently, really struggling. I mean, their losses in the last couple of weeks, they've won 1 out of 6. So feeling a little miserable, and I think that's the reason that a few people are starting to lean in the direction of Johnny Speeds here. But realistically, you look at this Alliance lineup, you look at the individuals they've got, the capability they have to get something done. This is the team that we expect to be seeing knocking on the doors of those regional finals. I think they're also in a very pleasant position of having a lot of young talent. They've got a lot of individuals who can really step up. Obviously, Johnny Speeds with the likes of Lekro and Draken. They're big names, they're characters, but they've had their time in the scene, shall we say, and they're trying to bring up this next generation. But you look and you compare it to the Alliance lineup, there's just so much young talent there for them to try and abuse.
And it feels like there's been a lot of quite an upsurgence in young talent all over the place. You know, one of the big complaints I've seen about a lot of like some of the tier 1 teams that so often they kind of lean a little bit too heavily on some of the storied veteran talent. And so that's why it's always great to see that there is a bit of young blood. And I know that the women's scene also struggles from that as well. You kind of get starstruck by the veteran talent and you kind of forget that there are, you know, upstarts that are looking to make a name for themselves and that can perform ridiculously well. So looking to see what these upstarts can do. And finally, we find ourselves in the game and ready to tackle this first map of Overpass.
Twister's taken an insta-dink, which is going to make this one a little ugly. He was there to spot the info early, but he's down to 20 HP, has to drop back, leaves a slightly isolated connector with Era and Poi. Poi getting the upgrade of the Julies as well. Twist sacrificing the armor, which he's going to be regretting now down on 20. He's given up full long control as well. Bathrooms is going to be the target though, and Era, he wants to get some info about what's going on. Absolute drive-by onto Sapek to open things up, and now Twist really just has to stay alive here, and he can be the linchpin, but he goes down easily to Heap, and suddenly that A site looking under siege. Avid's going to be able to get into a vague rotation here, but it's Poi who really holds the keys to this round as Sved gets the critical kill, and that's the A site open for business.
Man, there's still some presence nearby, but unfortunately Poi is also being taken down, so the flank's been taken offline entirely. Last two players have to try and mount a retake from Bank, but as mentioned, only 2 of them left. Bombs being planted, and with nothing really to work with here, just going to try and get a little bit of damage done. Obviously, it's a pistol round. You want to try and keep this as close as humanly possible, but realistically, there should be a first round for Johnny Seeds, and a pretty comfortable one at that.
Oh, Era needed to get that kill, lad. Goes down to Draken on that P250. Nice double from him, just cleaning up the exits, but yeah, I mean, you could see the idea of the setup with the connector play, but it did just leave them a little vulnerable as Draken goes down. It's all too easy with Twist taking that early dink for him to just get stuck, and he does in no man's land towards the divider, just gets caught out of position, nothing he can do. And at that point, I mean, smoke's gone down, rotations are coming in, you're not getting back into the A-bomb site on a pistol like that. A couple of really nice headshots as well on the rotating players. Poi not allowed to get anything going with the backstab, which is probably the single worst position you can have those Julies in. It's a great idea when you put them in the connector and they're up close and they're personal, and if they're rush con, you're probably getting all the kills in the world, but suddenly you're trying to take a long-ranged engagement with one of the worst pistols in the game for it, and you find yourself just completely stuck up something creek without a paddle. And well, Tech Pause comes in just to keep us on our toes, and it looks like Alliance want to get some kind of a force buy going on here. Handful of 5.7s bought up early. Era and Poi yet to buy. Could potentially see the scout and armor if my math is correct on Era.
Yeah, might just do. It has become a fairly popular one as well. Obviously, guys, we are just sitting through a tech pause at the moment, so please just bear with. You also will have noticed that it took us a moment to get into the game. So clearly something is plaguing these poor players, and hopefully they can get that sorted out as quickly as possible. And yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know, if they'd been able to get a couple more kills there, get that little bit of extra cash to play with, that would have been a bit more helpful. And we always see that kind of toss-up of, okay, well, so we're going to go for like full-on armor and a full belt of utility, and then we just have like, you know, some slightly upgraded pistols, or are we going to go for a bigger investment, some bigger firepower? When I say bigger investment, I mean specifically in the guns, right? Bring out things like MP9s, like that Scout, for example, but have less of that utility to try and enable you, or to kind of stem the tide a little bit, maybe go for those retakes, whatever the case may be. And it definitely, I think, comes down to the confidence of the team. Now, if you feel that you can win out with that little bit of extra survivability, then maybe that's what you go for, and that feels like that's what Alliance are leaning into here. So it's going to be a little bit harder to take them down, but their firepower isn't going to be as strong, so there's going to be a bigger reliance on the scout here, and they've decided to hunker down towards this B site, but thankfully the rotations being as quick as they are, it's not going to make the biggest difference in the world. They should be able to pivot on a dime.
Yeah, Overpass, one of those maps where really utility is king, and if you don't have the handful of smokes, nades, a couple of flashes, you're not going to be able to hold on to anything. Poise going to be critical here, though. Up close with a 5-7, plenty of potential. Early headshot comes in, but he can't quite rein in the second. He's bought the time, though. 4-on-4. Rotation up into the site is Era, and he can't quite land the headshot. Lecro to take him down. And while the scout is recovered onto Twist, that should be all the information that Johnny Speeds need at this point. The man advantage is there. They know they've got solid map control towards both sides. They can take this pretty much wherever they choose. A full rotation on Overpass, as you said, doesn't take long at all, so you can really get yourself anywhere if you want to. Instead, they're just going to disconnect a while. They've worked out this one was a force buy, 5-7, and the scout firing off will have given that information away. So they slow it right down. They let the last of those CT smokes start to fade. They let doubt creep into the minds of Alliance. Avid forced to make the rotation down onto the lower site, and again it's an early damage Twist down on 50. Scout in hand at the very least, but he's got a hell of a lot of work to do as the nades start to rain in and the A site is taken.
Era got a little bit cheeky trying to get an extra pick there, trying to kind of avenge his teammate's death, and getting taken out puts them in such a difficult spot, but they've done some decent damage. However, I don't know if you even go for this at this point. You know, you've still got the helmets, you've still got obviously the upgraded pistols, the 5.7s, the scout, like, and here it is, right? We just go for the save and keep all of the stuff into the next round. Unfortunately, they would have liked to have done a little bit more damage. Only one kill is not ideal by any measure, but they still have a little bit to work with into the next round. Money might be a little bit of a problem, but we're really kind of playing for, you know, round number 5. That's what I always like to call the momentum shifting round, and that's really, might even be round number 3 actually, where we, no, maths, never do maths on stream. It'll be round number 5. There you go. 4. Oh my goodness, 4 is a number. Yes. That'll be when we get the rifles out. I don't know why I was stuck on 3 and 5, man. Prime numbers.
One of those days is never do math. That's the trick. Just leave the numbers alone. Let them do the talking instead. 2-0 though. It's not a good number for Alliance. Let's put it that way. The big chicken egg. And they have got, as you said, a bit of save, but things here and there. I mean, they get Hero back on that scout again. They get the 5.7s up. Obviously massively lacking in the util this round compared to the previous. So just 2 smokes available. And Johnny Speeds will know. They've got a really solid idea of where the economy's at now. Can just settle into what is a very standard default. They're waiting for some over-aggression from the CT side of Alliance, knowing that without that utility, they're going to have to make a move at some point. So just sit out these opening seconds, sit out the initial smoke. Oop with the only one remaining, drops it towards the monster with 1:20 on the clock. So Johnny Speeds have got a full minute here with no utility at all from the CT side that they can take anywhere they please. And well, unfortunately for the Alliance, they seem to have made the wrong read at the moment. Smoke goes towards the front bathrooms to keep them interested. 4 players from the CT side up on that A-bomb site at the moment. So just a real game of timings for Johnny Speeds. And this can be a really horrible place to be, because as much as you know they've not got a lot to bring into this round, you have no idea where the stack is at the moment.
Well, they're going to find out very, very quickly as they're going to start trying to make their way out. The last smoke to come through, but the HE gives away the game. There's nothing there whatsoever. They got the first kill there onto Twist. That's going to clear out all that space in towards mid. But look at where the bomb is. I mean, this is such a like a poke and prod, find some information, get a couple of kills, and then maybe when we find an opening, then we can actually commit to something. And there you go. With the second kill coming through, the bomb's going to start committing in towards the site. And there's very little that Alliance can do yet again. 3rd round in a row.
I mean, this is still a little sketchy with 17 seconds on the clock. Poise making a right nuisance to himself. The scouts are there, available, gets the tag up, gets the conversion as well. That bomb, they got to clear out this site quickly, and they do. Draken and Sved, just as it starts to get dangerous, that plant will go down. Avid, well, does well to grab 1. And again, the damage is really nice, right? They didn't bring a lot into this round. They found a couple of kills, but There was half a glimmer of hope there. If Oop had got that early kill onto short and hadn't gone down as easily as he did, then that could have got really problematic. Johnny Speeds have been running the clock down low. Nearly came back to bite them in that one, but with 3 players alive, they weren't mind at all. 3-0, lovely start. Rifles finally come out for the CT side of Alliance. And these are the early fights that really decided it's that one there from Oop. If he gets the kill onto Lekro, who is caught a little off guard by the smoke push, then suddenly Short's a little vulnerable. There's another 1v1 available for you there, and you can maybe buy yourselves an extra 5 seconds before that bomb makes it to B.
Double Org is leaving me with questions, but I must admit, I love it. I'm such a big Org fan. And Org and Krieg give it to me every single day of the week. They are going to have to obviously be contending with Draken's AWP as well. So as much as they've got a little bit of firepower of their own, that boomstick could be problematic. Goodness me, caught with his back turned, but still somehow Sved managing to survive here. There's a lot more pressure being laid down by the CTs this time around, but no real map control to speak of. So Johnny Speed still have a lot of options open to them.
I thought Avid's push was wild, but Sved swinging with no door back to it is even more mental. Goes down to 18 for his trouble. Era taking a lot of spam damage as well. She said Draken's AWP feels dangerous at the moment, in a very passive position towards the fountain, just watching for any aggression out long, but Alliance haven't really looked like playing any aggression on their CT side so far, and they're not looking to change that picture at the moment. Poi with one of those Orgs, very passive front bathrooms. Era's there to support on the second AUG, but it's Oop who goes just a little too far. Sapek, spam versus spam, gets the better of him. Flashbang in to counter is beautiful. And Avid finds himself with a double kill that suddenly leaves Alliance in a fantastic spot here. Yes, a couple of players damaged, but a man advantage. And as they creep the front bathrooms, Poi is poised to do so much with this one. Heap, lovely headshot onto Era, but they've got a hard clear Poi here. That long position is so strong on the cross itself. If he just plays his timings right, he'll be in a fantastic spot to lock it down, but Heap is having none of it. One of the young guns of old from, well, Swedish CS in general. Been around the block a couple of times now and reads that one like a book. Nothing Poi can do. Head cleaved off. And Twist and Avid left to try and just hold on to a couple of rifles, buy themselves a little bit of space. I mean, that one, that's going to start to sting for Alliance there. All they realistically needed was one kill from either of the A-site anchors to get something going.
That's so rough. And it was a little bit of a Ferrari swing that gets Heap that kill as well. You know, Poi is scoped in, waiting for that opportunity, but just holding the angle a little bit too tight. And of course, how on earth would he know exactly how wide that swing was going to be? And you mentioned it, right? You were talking about how it's all going to come down to that timing, setting up that cross. And I think that Poi actually maybe goes a little bit too deep back. And so his teammates not even in a position to potentially trade off once that kill comes through. And at that point, the dominoes start to topple away, and Alliance find themselves once again in a very tough position here. Still able to get some sort of a buy through together. We do see one of the players has just dropped out of the server, so once again, folks, give us a moment to get that back in. But I mean, this is not looking great, and a lot of it, I mean, I know we're only 4 rounds in, we've only had 1 gun round, but I've been really disappointed with Alliance's map control or lack thereof. There's been 1 round where they took a decent bit of map control, you know, in towards party, but they'd left long entirely unguarded. It didn't matter in that round because nobody was going long, but you know, had it been the kind of round where you would have needed that presence, you wouldn't have had it. And the only reason that they did it was because it was a low buy round. So they get rifles in their hand. They're playing really timid, really passive. Sure, they get a beautiful double kill towards Monster off the back of a well-placed flash. But aside from that, you don't really have much to work off of. You've kind of got your backs against the wall a little bit. So hopefully we see a little bit more proactivity coming out of them.
Yeah, Overpass is a really intriguing map for that, because as a CT side, if you play your cards right and you put the right thoughts into a C-side's mind, you can play very passively, but we've not seen that from Alliance yet, right? What you want from them is to win 1-2 rounds being very proactive somewhere on the map, whether that be short, long, even just peeking in towards Fountain and getting something going early. And suddenly you force a lot of respect out of the T side, you force them to use that extra utility, and then you've bought yourselves the ability to go very passive because you know the T's are going to have to waste time in utility, clearing out all those aggressive, proactive angles. They've not done that yet, so Johnny Speeds were more than happy just to sit back, hold on to their nades, buy themselves a little bit of space, and then they had plenty of utility for the execute when it came through, won some nice fights, got the round done. So what we really need to see from Alliance is just something. A round with some kind of proactivity on it, even if it is just this con control from Poi. If he grabs a kill or two from here, suddenly it forces a little more respect from Alliance, forces them to use more util in these opening moments. Because at this point, we're 30 seconds into the round, I'd expect the T's to have used a lot more util than they have, and this is all because they've been in such a good position in the mid-rounds on Johnny Speeds. But Avid, well, he's continuing his reign of terror on short. He's got Sved down desperately low again, still not quite able to grab that kill though.
And Poi, I mean, was in such a good spot, but Molotov came through, it flushed him out, and with the little bit of noise that was made over towards B, he fully rotated. So now they've heavily reinforced the B site, and it's looking like that's where the bomb is going to angle for now. So it might just be the right call to make, especially on a low buy round. But they have no idea that Heap has gotten so devastatingly close to them. There will be a trade-off here, but that trade is definitely still going to favor Johnny Speeds.
Yeah, CT side in a lot of trouble now. They're going to reinforce the B site as much as they possibly can. The Era's been sent up to jump spot A, but everyone else is home on the lower site, and Sapek just tries to wander through a smoke, tries to get lucky with it. Twist there to support the MP9 of Oop, and suddenly this one gets very ugly for Johnny Speed. They've played the clock as much as possible. Lekro with 20 seconds left does deal with Twist, and Avid needs to stay alive there. Goes down as Ook finds the trade, and 2-on-1 for Draken. With just 14 seconds, he knows he's got to clear himself a plant and does so. Buys a bit of space, a bit of time. He's got no info on the last man, but it's only a Deagle 1v1, and it's Draken on the Julies. Finds his second kill, grabs his AWP to recover it. Alliance, that was the golden opportunity, man. You had the guy isolated inside of the site with 14 seconds left, but Era just can't quite land that Deag.
This feels like a story of so many of these rounds where it gets so close, but in the final moments, it's really Johnny Speed that are able to rally themselves and survive in these kind of high-pressure scenarios. The fact that 1v1 comes down to pistols as well, because Draken had an AK in hand, but it's the dualies that gets the job done. It's not even that it was necessarily a gun advantage. I think it was just the advantage of nerve, of metal, of just being ready for that swing to come through. Now, this will potentially be the last decent buy for Alliance, and AWP on board with an AUG as well. Woo! Spots the flying pigeon, but can't get the shot.
Oh, Lekro gets a little fortunate on the timing. Molly clears out Oop, and now it's just an acceleration into the B-bomb site. Avid stuck in water, just needs to buy time, and he knows it. A little bit of spam here and there. Let them know you're present. Keep them just a little second guessing themselves. As Sapek inside of the smoke will go for the clear and grabs it. This is a save. Round's done. They're going to try something a little cheeky, maybe in towards CT. Looked like they were half thinking about assembling the boost for Era's AWP. Instead, they've given up on it. And again, just individual heroics there. Lekro goes for a wander out monster through a CT Molotov, which, as we all know, are absolutely useless these days. Grabs himself the early opening. And from there, just scaling into that B-bomb site. It's a tough place to be for a CT side. You lose that early man advantage. The scaling into the lower site is so difficult to deal with. But again, didn't really see much of a look from the CT side. Just a straight overwhelm. 6-0 for Johnny Speeds. They even left the bomb back in spawn. They weren't that convinced this was going to work. But once again, with limited time on the clock, they'll get the plant, this time under much less pressure than previously. And it was nice to see them miss the short Molotov as well. I mean, that's a tough old molly to throw. I know a lot of casual players will be looking at that going, thank goodness I'm not the only one who misses it, and dropping it right onto the T stairs and just ticking away at the likes of Sapek, Fed and Heap as they look to take the early engagements. It's tough. It's good to see.
Honestly, I feel like, again, I was talking about the map control here, and Alliance, I mean, they haven't really done much of sending out a lurker, for example, or a flank.
Oh.
I feel like if they had actually maybe sent some, that's very unfortunate. Oh my goodness. Don't worry about it. Nobody saw. Oh man, I saw a team knife kill in another tournament yesterday, and I don't think I've ever crashed out that hard in my life. So you know what? This is child's play as far as I'm concerned. But I feel like if they'd had some sort of an exploratory mission going on, imagine if they'd found the bomb. Imagine if they knew that it was there, and the last 3 remaining players were like, all right, cool, let's babysit the bomb. You know, even if you can't win the entire round off of that, you're going to get so much more done. You can whittle that time away by keeping them distracted a little bit longer, maybe get a couple more kills for yourself. But unfortunately, again, you know, they give up a lot of that space for free. They're not fighting for that space at all. They kind of show up, lose a couple of players, and then go, all right, cool, it's all yours, guys. Don't worry about it. We were never here. So, I mean, this is it feels kind of counterproductive, right? It's like Counter-Strike's counterproductive at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I said this was the map, and it's very much looking that way at the moment. The lack of impact from the likes of Era's AWPs feeling it's tough to deal with at this. You need some kind of impact. We need an early pick out of the CT side. I mean, last round it's Letcro swinging Monster, and that's just a kill that has to come in for the CT side. He's in your Molotov. Like, he's just got to die. Doesn't quite land it. As much as it's a nice combination of utility, you can't be letting that happen. And well, here we go. Here's a bit of a setup. Era's going to go for a wander up to the tree, but he's lost his support almost immediately. Sved has decapitated Poi in front bathrooms. And you can see Draken, I mean, I was going to build this as the AWP v the AWP, but Draken has been round the block. He knows what's coming, although the reaction times betray him when it comes. Era does manage to get that pick. Has been having a little more impact than Draken of late, and well, manages to level things out. That should have been an impossible situation for him, losing his front bathroom support, but Era somehow manages to get the kill and manages to get away, while his counterpart Twist is just a little baited in there. Oop gets a kill, but again, it's all a little in vain. Letcro deals with Avid, and once again, that B-bomb site is just under siege. Era's decided to take things into his own hands this time, though. Drops in, deals with Sapek. And once again for Johnny Speeds, that bomb is a long way away from home. Sved has to go back, fish it out, grabs it, starts to make his way towards Monster. But Era, all the while, is just settling down, setting that AWP up, turreting into this lower bomb site. He knows the possibilities. Can he land the shots? Letcro will be the first issue as he looks to swing on in. Tagged up, dealt with on the second quickscope. And suddenly Sved on 42 has got a 1v2 to deal with. They group up. CT's playing this one smart. Alliance want this round. They've got a nade on Yoop as well that can potentially look to clear this one out, and that's exactly what he will do. Down to 19. Sved tries to isolate the fights, but as soon as I say Era doesn't have impact on the AWP, he grabs himself a quad kill and proves me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that round was all Era all day. I mean, I'm watching a lot of the fights that are happening, and so much of it is just kind of Alliance overstaying their welcome. You know, Poi losing out very early on, and then you got Twist. I think it was Twist and Avid maybe that were kind of standing out in towards water, and both of them just kind of doubled down on their positioning, but they're so far removed from one another. So the first goes down, and then the second just kind of sticks around. You could have backed out. You could have gone towards Monster, maybe wrapped around back towards the site, regroup with your teammate. But no, you're all alone making a last stand. You know there's 2 players that are likely going to be pushing in from connector, but you're attempting to kind of go for some sort of a hero play, and because it's a 2v1, you're gonna lose that fight. And that seems to be the thing that's been plaguing Alliance, is they're taking so many of the... What the hell was that, Draken? All right.
Well, he's making up for getting picked by Era in the last round. Let's put it that way. Gorgeous shot to open up. Draken and Twist, well, they know each other very well. That one did look a little bit like he had his number before it even begun. Lovely shot nonetheless. And again, man advantage. Can they do something with it? It's an ugly fight for Poi out towards Heat, but he does manage to get his man. And this is where CT side just need to see them settling down a little bit. 4 on 4. Oops, low. Settle into positioning. Poi again has been left a little isolated in the bathrooms. He's got Era in some kind of support. Draken doesn't quite catch the timing either. Poi rips his head clean from his shoulders. And suddenly CT side got the man advantage.
It's taken a hot minute, but they've finally woken up as well. I mean, Poi was on 1 kill for the longest time. 6 rounds, I believe, or 7. So good to see that he's showing some signs of life here, but Sapek showing some of his own before getting traded out. Down to only 2 players remaining. Sved doing his best to keep this as closely contested as possible. Lekro will follow it up, and now it's a 1v2, but it's Era, and we've seen him in this position before. perhaps he can make it happen again.
Oh, that nade should have been a kill. Lecro left on 3. Oh, the spam as well. Lecro, how are you alive, my friend? He's going to peek right when this swing comes as well. Just a toy with Era, who's got a decision to make here. Smoked off, yep. Nothing doing, and you can see the frustration as well. Lecro on 3 HP. That nade should have been his demise. Somehow gets away with it. And Era's left wandering at this point because you've had 3 teammates die on the B bomb site. Admittedly, Twist got picked early, but you sat here going, I left you guys all on B. I was anchoring the entirety of A. How have we not held it down? How have Sved and Lecro managed to get in here? I mean, that is just ridiculous, but again, it's a really solid spot, and it's Sapek here. He gets one, goes down, and suddenly you're thinking, yeah, this is done, but Sved combines with Lecro, knocks out both remaining site defenders, and Era is just left in no man's land. I mean, 7-1 down already. At what point do you just GG and get map 2 going?
Alliance continuing to just kind of limp along here with their buys, somehow still managing to keep a decent smattering of weaponry and utility to potentially find an opening in, but they won a round and then they lost a round. So now they're on that knife's edge once again. That lost streak bonus utterly reset. So now they have to try and go for something a little bit cheekier, and it's predicted. Oh dear God. Lecro just shutting them out completely in their own territory.
They had a decision to make there as well, because Lecro spams it and he tags one of them, and they, instead of backing away from it, they double down, they send 2 people through, and Lecro just says, well, thank you very much. If you're going to give me 3 kills, I'll take them all day. And gets the spam himself, finds the opening kill, finds a huge amount of damage onto Era, who then subsequently tries to pop the smoke, and at that point it probably is the correct play, desperately trying to wrestle that man advantage back to level pegging between the teams. Can't quite get it done, and now an ugly old fight out long leaves Heap in no man's land, but he gets the better of Poi again. Young blood. Heap was once going to be the next star of Swedish CS. Never quite got there, but now he's taken out the star after him. Oop, once again, mollied out, dispatched off. This is 8. Put it in the book. Twist and Era will try and save, but I wouldn't be surprised at this point if we see a couple players go hunting and try and take that AWP away as well.
Coordination from Johnny Speeds has been so good. The fact that they're playing off of each other so well, the utility that flushes people out of position perfectly, it's just been so difficult for Alliance to kind of get any sort of a footing for themselves. We're finally seeing a bit of presence pushing out and going for one of these kind of backstab potential scenarios, and Heap's ready for it, which is the worst part. Finally seeing it happen. Okay, maybe he'll get to hold on to the weapons, because that's honestly the only thing they have for them in this round, to try and keep these 2 guns and not get hunted out of existence. It's a 5-player survival at the end of this one, 8-1. Ooh, caught with some utility in hand. A second one as well. Okay. I mean, keeping it expensive at this point is becoming a little bit of a misnomer, but a little bit of extra cash, you'll never turn your nose up at that. Unfortunately, like I said, 8-1, only 3 rounds left in this half. It's going to take damn near on a miracle. This is Alliance's CT side on Overpass, and they've only managed to pick up 1 round. That in and of itself is a bit of an anomaly.
Yeah, you know it's bad when the production team are highlighting a double kill save. That's never a great place to be. You don't want to be seeing that. 8-1 down, admittedly on your opposition's map pick. You know, we do have to put that out there. This is the pick of Johnny Speeds. It was never going to be a great map for Alliance either. They've got some of their much stronger maps coming up, but you would have hoped for some kind of resistance. You know, they've played it a dozen times in the last 3 months. In fact, you would have thought that there might be something there. Johnny Speeds are demolishing at the moment, and I mean, it's getting towards that sort of stage for Alliance where you're just talking about a momentum for map 2, right? You're just talking about, we need to get a few rounds here. We need to just calm Johnny Speeds down a little bit. Even if this map is gone and done and dusted, we need to try and put some pressure back on them, make them second guess themselves coming into map 2, because at the moment, the momentum that they're going to be carrying into Inferno is going to be ridiculous. And Johnny Speeds are no slouches on that map either. Very capable of playing it. Good amount of experience there. So as we get into a buy that, well, he's lacking, let's put it that way. A couple of MP9s for Abid. Nope, and that's the second jump spot that's had his head ripped off in as many rounds.
I think so, yeah. That's unreasonable. It's a little bit sad.
I mean, it's only an MP9 if you're looking for the silver linings, but again, you're a man down early and, well, make it a double, why don't you? That was the play. Twist wanted the info, he got the info, he was punished for exactly that, and at this point, we're just picking off people moving in no man's land. Sapek gets a freebie onto Oop. Again, you can write this round off at this point. If you need to go grab a drink, just generally chill out for a little bit. Nothing's going to happen in the next 45 seconds that's going to blow your mind. Bomb will make its way down to B. Poi and Era will look to save and hold on to a rifle and an AWP. And I've got to imagine, again, Johnny Speeds are probably going on the hunt here. They're going to be 9-1 up. They've got a good amount of money on Sved, Heat, and Letcro. So why not throw a few rifles at the problem and see if you can really demolish this CT side?
The big surprise for me is knowing that Alliance came second in the last Cup. And Johnny Speed have not, I mean, they had a fairly deep run in Cup number 1. They were cut down by Ents in the lower bracket. And then in Cup number 2, they went out in the 3rd round. And Cup number 2 is the one that Alliance came second in. And okay, fair enough, they didn't meet each other. So maybe there's, something to be said about that. But it is surprising that a team that made it all the way to the final is struggling so against a team that hasn't even made it to the top 8. Yeah, I don't know.
I do think Swedish CS is a bit of a beast unto itself. You can't ever write off teams in Swedish derbies. That's been true since the dawn of time in CS, and clearly it still rings true here because, I mean, this is light work for Johnny Speeds. Realistically, they've not really been put under any pressure at all on their T side, and once again, the highlight is a double kill save for Alliance. It's not pretty viewing if you are a fan. 9-1 down, they'll have the buy again. They've had plenty of buys in this half. They've had plenty of rifles. It's not made the slightest bit of difference. What can they do to change that picture? Early utility from Era, just hoping to get some damage. Well dodged by Heap and Letcro, if nothing else. And Heap's going to set himself up. Oh, that boost is disgusting. Doesn't land the shot initially. Goes back for a second bite and finds it nonetheless. And, well, this one's going to sting for Alliance because we've been getting on at them for not making a proactive play. They make the proactive play, and Johnny Speed's call essentially the perfect counter. A really nasty slide boost gets them the man advantage. And once again, it's Alliance playing with one hand tied behind their back, not 45 seconds into the round. Twist is trying to hold on to Connector. Avid's trying to jump spot to maybe give his in-game leader a bit of information about what's coming. Timing on this is going to be everything, and Sved gets the better of it. Man advantage becomes 2. BXX becomes an inevitability, and Oop swings straight into 4. Swings into double-digit rounds for Johnny Speed. You have to imagine, because at this point, I mean, Avid and Poi, there's not really any point saving anymore, so give it a go. And Avid, while he hits one nice shot, has decided that I'm wrong and there is a point in saving, so he's going to hightail it out of this B-bomb site.
Yeah, Johnny Speed definitely speedrunning this map, it feels like. And what's really devastating for Alliance is that, like, boosts seem to be the bane of their existence. Whether it's them being boosted or the enemy team being boosted, either way, they're coming up second best on the other side of it. And I think at this point, like, if I were Alliance, my mental would probably be crumbling a little bit, because it's not that they've just kind of run and hit their heads against the exact same wall every single round. They're trying to be diverse. They're trying to, try different things. They're trying to get a little bit proactive here and there. They're trying to keep Johnny Speed, maybe not keep, but try and knock them off their game a little bit. But it feels like the reads have been there consistently. Every time Alliance have tried something different, it's like Johnny Speed have had the answer. They've had an inkling of what that next round is going to look like. I don't know if it's the greatest anti-stratting of all time, or if they've just got one of the smartest in-game leaders in Tier 2. But this has just been a masterclass on Overpass. 10-11 on your T, or 10-1 rather on your T side, is a little bit nasty as we go into our very last round in the half here. And I'm going to be honest, even if we get this round pistol conversion and then, the snowball 2 rounds that come thereafter, I'm still unconvinced that Alliance can come back into this. This map could just have reached its conclusion.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage where you write this one off and you start thinking about map 2, and that whole discussion about sort of mental is a really interesting one as Twist takes a dink through the wall. You know, we talked about how Alliance is a young team. There's a lot of youngsters on there, so does the mental start to become a bit of an issue as Sapek goes 1 for 1 in the opening engagement, and finally we see the CT side find themselves a solid man advantage. Twist admittedly dinked down to 11, so maybe not as solid as I was first indicating, but the man advantage is there. Connector control is established. You can see the reaction from Johnny Speeds. Heap's going to take some front bathroom control. The bomb very isolated on the back of Electro at the moment. Draken looking to join. And in all realities, this is probably just going to turn into a blunt force A-site hit. If they can get a pick on it in the early entry, and maybe there's something to it. But they've got a good 20 seconds of trying to make their way towards the A-site yet. And Alliance, I mean, this is what we're talking about, right? Just getting a bit of momentum back. Anything to take the wind out of Johnny Speed's sails. Even if you write this map off and you say, right, let's talk about Inferno, let's talk about map 2. We need to get their momentum just slowed down ever so slightly, because at the moment, the carry through into Inferno is going to be immense. So we set ourselves up 2-2. Hoy and Oop, well placed to deal with this hit as it comes into the upper bomb site. Decent, a little bit of utility for Oop as well. Can just set himself up with 24 seconds on the clock, and here comes the exec. Poi up close, half blinded. Lecro deals with him, and Oop now has got to play around his own smoke, has got to stay alive, and does just that. Double spray down, 12 seconds. Nothing Draken can do surely on the tech. No, he's dealt with, and it's 10-2. Finally, something for Alliance as we head to the half.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. Feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
All right, welcome back, folks. Yeah, a little bit of an issue there. The pistol round did get played out. There was a like a bit of a miscommunication, a bit of a technical issue, and the pause didn't come through. These things do happen, unfortunately. But what we could take away is that Johnny Speed won the pistol round, Wolfie, and that does not bode well for the Alliance squad.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going to a break sooner rather than later here because, we spoke about maybe you get the pistol, you get the following, you build a little bit of momentum, you take something away from Johnny Speed heading into map 2. But if you lose the pistol, you GG it. Sometimes I do think we miss that mechanic a little bit, You see it in other professional esports. If you're just going to write something off and say, look, this isn't the map for us, let's just get going with the next one before you guys get too confident with it. And I think probably Alliance are wishing they had that mechanic right now. The buy is not pretty, but it's forced. 2 techs, a Deeg, couple of rifles to work with. But again, we were talking in the first half about how the CTs have to earn the ability to be passive. And well, normally you earn that on your CT side, but Johnny Speeds have very much earned it on the T. They can just sit wherever they want. They know they've got the firepower advantage here. Just settle in, play your crossfires, and clear out your sights. Heap up close with an MP9, has the support of the M4A1 of Draken here. Poi on the close clear. Shadow gives him away, but the headshot won't make a difference. Poi doubles up as well. And while Sved does deal with the B-site lurker, that leaves A wide open for business. Lekro rotating in as fast as he can, but he can't wrestle that MP9 spray into control. Sapek manages with the UMP and doubles up as well. So right as you thought Alliance had it, it gets a little ugly again. Bomb dropped in no man's land. Rotation coming up. Sved, well, he's tagged up from that opening engagement with Twist, so it's health advantage to Alliance at the very least. Oop has managed to upgrade as well. MP9 now in hand as he looks to take a proactive fight. Knows that they need to clear out a little bit of map control here. Smoke goes deep. Sapek wants to play around it, toys with a gap here as Oop does manage to recover that bomb, looks for the plant, looks for cover, but his teammate isn't watching at all. Era finally gets a kill, but it's 1v1, USPS out, it's not gonna land. Sapek probably had time to reload there, but he risks it all and doesn't quite get it done. It's a 3rd round on the board for Alliance, and finally something for them to rest their hat on.
Yeah, they must have at least gotten the bomb planted in the first round so they could come through with a much more robust buy. And that stood them in really good stead for that second round. And they were able to kind of flip the economy on its head. And that's a really important one because Johnny Speed really needed to win that. Now they come into this round. Sure, they got a few deagles. And obviously the FAMAS and a little bit of utility to play with as well. But this should have been a full bonus round, bordering on a rifle round very near thereafter. Instead, they found themselves in a far more difficult situation. But they've done a little bit of early chip damage here, so maybe that'll give them an in into the round.
Lovely HE directly into the skull of Oop, who's just been wondering what he's done so wrong to deserve this game so far. Avid, don't open the door, man. Just straight into the angle. Sved is there. He's waiting. He's holding. That's one of those 50-50 plays, and I don't think you really need to be relying on a 50-50 play when you should have a significant firepower advantage. Opens the door. Head cleaved off, and here we go again. Man advantage there for Johnny Speeds. Oop, as we mentioned, tagged up by the nade in that opening engagement as well. And this really just becomes a question of how well Johnny Speeds read this. They've put the FAMAS of Sapek up on the A site. And with the util coming in, he is going to start calling for the support. But it's a question of how long and not how many. Can he stay alive? Can he buy himself just a little bit of time here? Era deals with the rifle on the upper site. And now it's a scramble. Pistols trying to get into any kind of a position to have impact. Flashbangs coming out, but these Deagles, there's just nothing given up to them as the bomb goes down. 4v4. This should be job done for the T side of Alliance at this point. Just looking to set themselves up in the afterplants. Poi and Twist with a lovely little crossfire. The utility's still there, of course, to buy even more time. And well, as the Deagles start to ring out, the initial fight for Twist is very ugly, but his headshot does come in just when he needs it to. Make it a triple, why don't you? The AK rips open the remaining and grabs a 4th round for Alliance.
Oh, it would be nice if a little bit more damage could have been done there for Johnny Speed. I mean, we mentioned that the economy had already kind of been reset a little bit off the back of losing that second round, and now they've lost everything that they brought into this one. And to be fair, it wasn't that like they brought in an absolute arsenal, but they've literally got nothing to take through. Money is a bit of a problem for them into this round, and Alliance have actually given themselves an opportunity here. I thought when they lost that pistol round, that could have been the end of days, but it's still a fierce uphill battle to fight. If they lose one round, it's map point. And with the way it is now, with the economy the way it is, they need to make sure that every round that they win them as cleanly as possible, because you need to have a buffer. You can't find yourself in a situation where losing one round puts you back down onto pistols, because then the map is more than likely over. So this is a really good start for Alliance, but there's much more to be done.
Well, this one's job done. Up against the full eco, they rush B, the eco goes A stack. Job's a good one. One Deagle, saved from the previous, 4 USPS, and this is the point where you really earn your money as a commentator. What on earth do you say for the next 35 seconds as... Well, there's a bit of an angle to work with here, right? Era's going to get a fair few fights at this point, gets dinked up early, Sved gets the kill, Twist at this point a decision to make, doesn't necessarily want to commit the rifle to this fight, but the 3 kills to the good, Draken not going to be able to grab that M4A1 either, and tapping away, Twist finishes the job.
I'll be honest, I respect the commitment to the play-by-play. I probably would have started talking about how FaZe beat Spirit. But that's just me, you know?
I'm a professional.
Cool. Yeah, okay. Have you seen the EPL broadcast? All jokes, all memes. Alliance still fighting their way through, clawing up that ladder. Era's got the AWP in hand here. He's been such a huge pivot point for Alliance as well. Even on that CT side, in the few rounds where they actually got something done, he was an important part of it. I mean, one of the 2 rounds they got was him getting a 4K and just going absolutely nuclear. So, see now maybe he can replicate some of those results on this T side. Slow things down massively. We've had some very explosive rounds from them this time around. We want to change things up a little bit. Don't get too confident. Don't become too telegraphed. And there it is. There's the opener. Beautiful HE and a second to follow up. And Alliance on the trot for a 6th.
Lovely double opening. At this point, very little the CT side should be able to do to recover it. Draken grabs at least 1. The 2-on-4 split between the bomb sites. I mean, you're praying for a miracle at this point if you're Johnny Speeds. 1 rifle either way, and well, Alliance just able to settle into this one. Again, you can wait out the aggression. You've earned that right on the T side. So just wait and see if anyone is going to give you a peek. And you can see on the minimap, Lekro's thinking about it. Goes for a little swing towards long just to see if anyone's home. Nothing given. Sapek in towards short. Again, just nothing seen at the critical moment. So Lekro, well, he'll see the util come flying over and he'll start to think maybe he should be calling that rotation up. Sapek's not buying it yet, but as the second batch comes in, Lekro's going to be left between a rock and a hard place. Opts to take the long control, then doubles back to hold the corner. And, oh, Famas swing is ugly. And Avid trades it 1-for-1. The jobs are good in the 6th round on the board for Alliance. And, well, this is exactly what we wanted from them. Show a little bit of faith in that T side. Build a little bit of momentum. Make something of it. Certainly not at the point where we can really start talking about them taking this first map yet. But it's not a bad place to be. Sapek will look to hold on to this rifle and will likely be allowed to as well, with the economy of the T side not fully established yet and only 3 players alive. Don't want to be risking any more than you have to. So it's 6 on the board for Alliance and a much better showing to the start of their T side.
I'm a little impressed, John. I think that maybe Johnny Speed also having that little bit of overconfidence in the way that they've been spending and the way that they've been approaching some of these rounds. And now, you know, we go into this next round and money, you know, they've got a little bit to spread around, but not much. If it's going to be anything, it's going to be like upgraded pistols. So I think that there needs to be a serious discussion. I'll be honest, if I'm a coach, I'm hitting a timeout right now so we can just be like, all right, guys, we've got to get through this next round. And then when we have rifles again, this is when we clean it up. This is when we change up how we approach the rounds so that we can regain that control, destroy enemy economy, and then take us over that finish line. But it's not going to be the pause that I was hoping for. Instead, it's going to be the 1 saved rifle. They've actually bought into a scout as well. And very little utility to try and stem the tide.
Yeah, lost bonus has propped them up here with a little bit of a buy. Boost back at the top of the CT smoke, but Twist has read it. Disgusting on the clear, and well, that forces a reaction. Sved manages to grab 1 with the 5-7, but he's quickly traded away. And oh, Twist, you got to do that. Lecro Deagle spam manages to land the kill. Levels things out at 3-on-3. Grabs himself. Surely the AK doesn't quite manage to on 6 HP. Forced to bail out. Just resets on the short corner for half a second, but thinking better of it. Down on 6 HP. Can't really be hanging around for any length of time. Draken still with that scout in hand. We know what he's capable of producing with that. Heap. Still on as well, and it's an ugly fight for him. HE, it was a nice idea. Gives them half a obscure vision, but just not quite enough. Really could have done with a flashbang, and now Lecro, 6 HP after that engagement, is stuck. Misses the shot. Avid deals with him. And well, I wanted miracles out of Draken Scout. I wasn't matching this. A 1v3 post-plant situation. Missed first shot. Avid knows where he's looking. And suddenly all the crosshairs in the world seemingly are eyed up onto heaven. Era scopes in. Draken knows not a lot of value in holding on to that scout coming into the next, so he's going to have a look in. See if maybe he can get some damage on the exit, but it's going to be a 7th round for Alliance, and well, is it a tale of 2 T-halves here? Because Alliance are sure starting to think so.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Timing on that one. Don't suppose it makes the biggest difference in the world. They'll just come in with a buy in the next round. Meh, whatever. But it does feel really interesting to me that we're seeing the same tendencies on Johnny Speed's CT side that we saw on Alliances, which is just kind of a lot of weird solo swings. And okay, fair enough, that was a pistol round, and maybe you're not really expecting to get too much done on that, but it's exactly those rounds when you want to be playing a little bit more deathball-y, when you need to be playing off of each other a little bit more, because really, what are you going to get done with a pistol? So it's really odd to see them just kind of swinging out without really too much utility or any at all, and then of course just getting deleted and sat straight back down. Alliance now, the comeback seems to be on. They're only 4 rounds out from evening out the scoreline here. A win here will continue to just kind of keep that CT side economy strapped, and they still haven't built up much of a buffer for themselves aside from Avid, who's sitting on like over 10k, but for the rest of the players it's not ideal. Speaking of Avid, bye-bye.
Lovely off-angle boost for Sapek. Johnny Speed's trying something a little bit different. Again, a relatively passive set, but giving themselves a mid-round angle into it with the boost. First time in a while, Alliance have found themselves the man disadvantage. What's the T-side got for us? Flash in from Sapek. I mean, that's just a little lazy. Goes before the flash pops. Era able to capitalize. Again, we're level out of nowhere. Sved going to be put under pressure here. Has the support of Lecro, but for how long? The flashbang timing's ugly, and Oop and Twist take full advantage. That's the B-side gone. That's the 8th round on the board, and that's a save inevitably called by Draken and Heap. And at this point, both of these teams are traditionally CT-sided is what I'm going to say, because we're at the stage where I think all stats get thrown out the window, all strats get thrown out the window. You go right to the back of the book and start looking for the stuff nobody's heard of before, because this is getting a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, like I said, right, a lot of the similar tendencies that we saw in the previous half coming through here. Interesting, like Johnny Speed, the way that they kind of overstay their welcome on sites as well. A part of me is like, so one of the things I spoke about Alliance was like, okay, I want to see a bit more of that proactivity. Johnny Speed trying a little bit more of that. At this point, I just want to see retakes, you know? Like, let's not have 2 to 3 of our players die before the bomb has even entered the site. Maybe we try and retake with like a few more numbers than 2. Maybe then we're in a slightly better position to actually win out a round, because it's been 6 rounds consecutively since that first pistol went the way of Johnny Speed. Speed. It's the only round that they've been able to pick up in the second half, and finally we're seeing a timeout. I suppose they're realizing, hang on a second, guys, how have we gone and let this happen?
Certainly, I think there's going to be some interesting conversations. It'd be fun to be a fly on the wall for this one, because, yeah, this is getting a little bit sketchy now. Of course, managing to save a couple of bits and pieces means that the force buy around it won't look quite so depressing, but either way, Alliance surely going to be brimming with confidence at this point. Rifles on the T side very much been their friends, and it's not all been smooth sailing either. They've been put into a couple of ugly positions, a couple of disadvantaged rounds. They've still managed to drag them over the line. Yet to see a boost that completely breaks the map, which is always disappointing when Swedish teams play on Overpass, but there's still time. There's still time. Era on his AWP, full rifles for the T side of Alliance, and let's see what they've got cooking for us in this one. Early presence just from Oop towards the B-bomb site to keep the CTs busy and interested. A 4-man play towards that lower site to try and set Draken up early on that AWP. Wants a peek, wants the info, and at the moment, these two teams are just going to pass each other by. It's a relatively passive setup again from the Alliance, and while the aggression from the CT side is going to be rewarded, short control's taken.
I like that Alliance have gone for a bit of a slower one here, maybe expecting a bit of a pistol rush to come through. You want to try and be reading into the opponent's moves. Somehow not quite the right move for them, but they have managed to garner themselves a decent amount of map control. Here's the question. Are they aware that Heap is closing in behind them, and does Heap commit to the flank? Because this could be game-breaking. Oh my god! They eventually find him, but not before he takes down Era.
That timing. Could have had so much more. Instead, it's one and done, and now this short control under pressure. Sapek just getting tagged up. The double 5-7 to try and hold on to short, and Sapek knows every second he stays alive is brilliant here with 30 seconds left on the clock. Sved just needed to stay there and twist. Well, he catches him through the wall as he tries to get that smoke out, making a double. 2 wallbang headshots, 2 critical kills with 20 seconds on the clock, and now it's decision time. Fast rotate up to the A-bomb site is called, and well, the CTs have rotated away. Draken's posted, Lekro's in towards CT, so this is a free plant. And surely it's a free round number 9, just when it started to get a little bit sketchy. Alliance are going to pull it out of the bag, and they are setting themselves up for what would be the mother of all comebacks here on Overpass. T's side, no less. As the save is called once again, and Lekro, well, he might be able to help himself to a little bit of something here, but I don't think there's a lot of rifles available around here. No, the only one's dropped on Era, and that's up on the other site.
I don't know how Twist gets both of those. That is a little bit insane. There is also obviously one rifle, as you mentioned about Era, but it's also being babysat. So on top of everything else, they don't really want to allow that gun to be recovered. They might even be trying to throw it off the map. Looks like they're trying to maintain control of that one. So yeah, no free guns allowed for the CTs here. Oh, but oh my heavens. Oh, not how we thought that was going to go.
And he gets the gun.
He does as well. Look at that. And they didn't save the AWP. They didn't have time to go and collect it off the body. That's... I mean, it doesn't make the biggest difference in the world, but it's always interesting. It's always neat when you see that happening. 2-round deficit now. 7 consecutive rounds. I don't know what's going on, man. Up is down and left is right. And Alliance have somehow found themselves a footing back into this. I will say, Poi was kind of non-existent in that first half. He certainly started to wake up a little bit more. Not quite the player to watch that we expected him to be, but at least he's not like a total, you know, missing in action link for the squad. He's stepped up and is starting to help kind of work them back into a moment of contention. If Alliance can take the lead here, I'll be honest, I'll be floored. Oh, it's a good shot from Draken, but he can't get away, and he'll get put down as well.
There's a couple of timings on the board here. Heat playing around the smoke. A second player, Sapek, in towards short with Sved there to back him up. It's all about a couple of nasty timings, and well, Sved takes a dink, but it's through the wall, contributes one of his own, deals with Avid. Once again, Alliance are going to have to do it from a man down. Minutes still left on the clock. Era orb in hand is flashed off to perfection by Sved. Sapek takes full advantage, and is this finally where we see Johnny Speeds gain control of the situation? Bomb is down in the most awkward of places for Alliance. Spotted out with the steps of his shadow. Poi spotted out, also dealt with by Heap. This one's a goner, surely. Oop is trying to pick up the pieces, but a 1v4 with 30 seconds on the clock feels improbable. Lovely shot to start it off, if nothing else. Spots out the second man, but again, without Bomb on his back, the CTs really can just settle down a little bit here, take the swings as they please. Lekro takes another one, 32 HP left, 2 kills to his name. Oop thinking about it, but that Molotov is going to dissuade him. And now he's got a decision to make. Save that rifle, get no money, or die before time is up. And it looks like he has made his call. 32 HP. He's going to sneak into CT, hold on to the AK, and it's 12 for Johnny Speeds, the coveted number. They were so close to it for so long, but finally they've bought themselves 3 opportunities to take their own map pick.
And it's kind of it's a really good feeling when you as a caster mention a thing and then it does in fact come to fruition. I was talking about how they needed to build up a decent amount of economy for themselves, because if they do lose a round, the last thing you want is to be going into map point with a bunch of freaking pistols. But they won so many rounds that now map point and they can still get a buyout. And they're even taking a timeout as well, just to ensure, try and stop that momentum. A momentum timeout is obviously a thing, but also to make sure that they've got the game plan in motion. They don't want to lose out on this map. It is their opponent's map pick. If they win this map, it sets them up for a potential 2-0 because we move on to their map pick. And of course, you expect them to be able to be doing really well on that map. So this is a really important round for a number of different reasons. Can Alliance come back into this after losing that round? They had an abysmal first half. We were talking about the mental game and how that might start to play a part, but they came into the second half refreshed and revitalized. Now they've lost another round. Now they're on the back foot, massively so. Can they keep it together long enough to push this to overtime?
3 rounds required, and well, not starting this one off the best way. Letcrow gets the better of Avid in towards the connector. And what had been such a huge swing for Alliance is starting to come back to bite them. Heap wants the aggression, wants the proactive play, and gets it as well. Poi caught, nade in hand, in transition. Oop, full blind, manages to grab something. But is it a consolation kill, or will it be the start of something bigger? Era posts up on short. Zapek smokes himself into the barrels just to try and give an angle, any kind of support. And as the bomb is recovered, still a minute on the clock, plenty of time to play with, and Alliance, they're keen on B here. CTs have read it well. 3-man stack into lower, and Zapek takes full advantage. Letcrow the same, and suddenly what was looking so promising has fallen apart at the seams. Oop once again, 1v4 to try and bring anything into this one. Lovely headshot onto Draken, and that does open a route out. Here's the AWP in towards connector, thinks this is probably a sole player, so I'm going to book it up onto A and hope I catch the rotations in transition. Letcrow fast into the bank, starts to call the support as he hears the footsteps clunking in, but Oop will have the sight. We'll have a couple of seconds to get this bomb down as well. Taps it once, wants the fight, nothing given. 20 seconds left, and he knows that tap, he's got to get a kill before he goes for the plant again. A 1v3, he needs something to give him a little bit of momentum coming into this. Heap beautifully positioned. We'll see the shadow, but it won't be enough. Headshot comes in, 8 seconds. Plant has to be dialed in now, and he's going to be pincered in. It's 13-9, and Johnny Speeds, well, they run it far closer than it ever should have been, but they get the job done here on Overpass.
Oh, the cosmetic comeback is honestly heartbreaking if you are Alliance. To have fought so valiantly to bring yourselves back in, but let's face it, at a 10-2 half, it was always going to be an improbable turnaround. Not undoable, but unfortunately on this particular occasion, could not make it happen. And it's got to be said, I think both teams have had fairly messy CT sides, being able to kind of get the run around way too easily by the opposing T side. And unfortunately, well, I guess Alliance started on the wrong side. Maybe if they started on the T side, this goes a different way. Maybe they get the opportunity to build up a little bit more of a buffer for themselves. We swap sides, and it's them that get to kind of defend that high score line. But that's not the way the cookie crumbled today. In fact, it was Johnny Speed who find themselves now at 1-0 in the series, having snatched away their map pick. But we still have another map on the horizon. And of course, if we do get through that one at a 1-1, we'll have a third to follow. So, folks, Wolfie was saying to go get a drink earlier. Make sure you do that right now. We can take a little bit of a break. When we come back, map number 2, Inferno, coming at you.
keep going till my speaker calm blown. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blown. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blown. I'll keep going till my till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blown. 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 Till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blown. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blown. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blown. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blown.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been testing so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on the better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. But Pacino.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh. I can run this town. I can run this town. I can run this town. How will I get out of the jungle? Everybody wanna stop me. 10 more steps up the mountain. Now everybody's looking for me. Spend my life in the desert.
taste like a takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God it's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards ECL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/ECL.
And welcome on back, everybody, to ESL Challenger League Season 50. We are still in the European region, but we're one map down in our upper bracket game this evening. Johnny Speeds versus Alliance, and what looked like it was going to be a resounding victory for Johnny Speeds ended up still a victory, but a far closer affair than it had originally seemed. But that was their map pick, Wolfie. Now we're heading on to Inferno. What are our expectations for the second map?
I struggle to see a world in which this one's going to go anyway, but Alliances, it's a tough old map pool this series for Johnny Speeds, and you know, they had the must win and they just about got it over the line by the skin on their teeth, but we're now heading into what is comfortable map territory for Alliance. They are very, very proficient on Inferno. They obviously have the right players for it. This is going to be a tough old mountain to climb if you're Johnny Speeds. I think if they'd maybe had the momentum of that huge first half, got it done quickly, got into this map and kept it carrying on, then you could have seen a world. But the way that Alliance fought back on the T side of Overpass just makes you think they're ready for this one. And I really struggle to see a world in which Johnny Speeds are going to take it.
Well, maybe we'll see some surprises up their sleeves. I mean, they've got a fair few reps on it, while Alliance have definitely, on paper, looked a whole lot better on it. Stranger things have happened, and Johnny Speeds looked very good on Overpass, so maybe they can bring some of that same form here to Inferno, because, of course, losing this map is not the end of the world for the series. That'll just bring us to a third map, and then, well, I suppose the odds on Nuke are not much better for Johnny Speeds than what they are on Inferno. So maybe they can pull something out to keep this a little bit more of a contested affair and maybe, just maybe, snag themselves that 2-0. But bearing in mind, of course, this is the upper bracket, as mentioned a little bit earlier on. So a loss here is not the end of the world. You still head down onto that lower bracket. You've still got another opportunity. But then, of course, that safety net has been taken away. And I mean, I was mentioning this a little bit earlier. The fact that Alliance came second in the last cup, and they played the grand final against BC Game and took a map off of them, which might not sound all that impressive, but honestly, kind of is. So the fact that that's the kind of form that we should be expecting out of Alliance, and, you know, considering that Overpass looked as messy as it did, I feel like there are definitely some potential chinks in the armor to try and exploit.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it that way. I think, unfortunately, when I look at it, I see it more as, look, Alliance don't play Overpass. It's not a map they go to very often. It's not a map they're particularly proficient on. The fact they got it as close as they did is a bit of an indictment of Johnny Speeds, who really should have been putting that game to bed. And then you look at the caliber of team that sort of the losses are. I think that's really where you can tell where teams are at on maps. It's less who they beat and more who they lose to. And you look at the caliber of the losses for Alliance on a map like Inferno, and it is just a tier above Johnny Speeds. You know, you're talking about knocking on the door of tier 1 teams like BC Game, obviously, a handful in there to the XNRV guys, but that was a long time ago, and then a Fnatic loss as well. But everyone else they're beating, and they're looking really, really solid doing it as well. There's not a lot of close games, there's a lot of blowout results. It's clearly a place that they're very comfortable taking it to. You can sort of, again, look at the flip side and go, okay, well, they've played it a lot, but there's lots of footage, so maybe we can make something of this. But the exact same is true of Johnny Speeds, who've been losing to teams, you know, like GG How, 9 3 times I'm looking at in the last 3, but like it's just not the same caliber of result, right? Which always makes it very difficult for a team like Johnny Speeds to really bring too much to the party. Unfortunately, despite both of these teams being Swedish, we are having ping issues from the country with one of the greatest internet connections in the known world. So we're mucking about for a little bit. We're flicking servers around. I'm fairly convinced that someone's just downloading Battlefield 6 in the background and they've not realised it yet, and that's causing their ping to spike. But that might just be me. I'm going to open it in another window if they don't hurry up and get this game started sooner rather than later.
Just me that's going to open up Palia? Yeah, probably. So that brings me to another topic. We were talking about our player to watch coming into today, and that was Poi. And I did mention that he'd kind of stepped things up a little bit more on the second half, but it was at that point that he then began to start disappearing again. He was the bottom fragger almost on the entire server, save for Draken, who was also having a little bit more of a tough time. Fewer deaths than Poi at the very least, but that doesn't... Well, I say it doesn't bode well. How much of a difference do you think that made on that map? And do you think that it's going to potentially be a problem on the second?
It felt like systematic team failures on the CT side for me. I don't think you could really pin it on any individual. It wasn't great from Poi, let's say that. You know, there was a couple of individual fights you would have wanted him to win that didn't happen. There was a couple of moments that you wanted to swing his way that didn't go there. But what we've wanted realistically from Poi, you know, he broke onto the scene. He was the next big thing in Swedish CS. He nabbed himself the CS2 kill record, which he still holds. What we want is consistency, right? We've seen the flashes. We know what he can produce from time to time, and what we need to do is we need to bring the floor up so that the ceiling isn't such an anomaly. We need to bring the base level of the game up, and that's kind of why I wanted to watch him, was to see, right, we've moved, we've said eyeballers wasn't the lineup for me, you know, maybe didn't play how I liked, didn't put me in positions I wanted, whatever. I've got a new team, I've got another very experienced in-game leader. Can I make this work? And thus far, the result isn't great. Obviously, in a losing map, you struggle to look amazing, and HLTV stats always get a bit weird when you're in a losing map anyway, but it'll be, for me, how we see these next map or two, which will be the tell as to what I'm sort of getting out of Poi. You know, I want to see just consistency. I'm not asking you to light the world on fire. I'm just asking to see a 1.1, a 1.15 consistently across the next map or two. Bring something to the party. Maybe have a pop-off round or two. But I don't really think that's as much of a requirement as you think in this Alliance lineup. I mean, you look down the line, Avid was the next big thing for a brief moment. You know, we looked to him and said, where's your miracle moment? Obviously didn't happen on map 1, but he's more than capable of producing it. Era's been round the block a few times as an AWPer. I've certainly commentated on him more times than not. He's been through a couple of iterations on that fated Gamer Legion lineup as well. So there's people there who can step up and have those big moments. And I mean, Twist, yeah, he's old, but he can still do it. It's just a question of, can we get the floor of the whole roster to a place where the pop-off can come from anyone at any moment and it's enough to get us over the line, not the pop-off comes to keep us alive while everyone else is going through the floor. Whereas you look at the Johnny Speeds lineup, and that's the lineup where I sort of say, oh, maybe we struggle a little bit in the firepower department with the likes of Lecro, and Draken, you know, the old guard coming in, and perhaps not as much of the young talent. Their talent tends to be sort of almost second generation, where we've had the big pop-off moment, we've had them go through a couple of teams, and now they're here trying to make a bit more of a name for themselves as an established right in the Swedish scene, right? Because the Swedish scene really lacks that these days. But they performed really solidly. Had a fantastic T-side. CT, well, we'll write it off, we'll deal with it, whatever. But this is where we are going to need the pop-off from Johnny Speeds, right? We need someone to take this map away from Alliance, because that realistically, when the stats are this strong, is going to be what it needs. You need that one player to have a pop-off performance, really take the bull by the horns on what you've got to imagine will be a T-side start on Inferno, and don't let Alliance settle into their patterns, because if they do, then it doesn't matter how badly some players are performing. A map like Inferno, you settle into your angles, you settle into your positions, you sort of pick your fullback, you keep putting Era in those positions on an AWP, the job's as good as done.
I will say, just, always have to be careful when asking for consistency, because consistently bad is also a type of consistency. So hopefully that's not the trap that we fall into. But it looks like we're finally going to be kicking off this map. Wolfie with the insane insights to keep us going as we wait for the server issues to be sorted out. But we can finally dive into it. Map number 2, folks. Alliance versus Johnny Speeds. If you are just joining us, Johnny Speeds currently 1-0 in this series with a nice little win for themselves over on Overpass. But, well, if the pundits are to be believed, this should be Alliance taking the next 2 maps quite handedly for themselves. We'll see if Johnny Sins allow that to come to fruition or if they have something to say about it.
Slower start to the pistol from Alliance. Just taking a little bit of control, a little bit of a bait towards the B-bomb site, hoping to draw a rotate, keep a couple of CTs busy. Thus far, hasn't really happened. It's a nice call, this, from Johnny Speeds. They set Safpek up. He's got flashbang, smoke, Julies. He can lock down that site if so required. And, well, Draken's locking down long to start things off. An early pick through the smoke buys a man advantage. This is where the setup does start to get a little sketchy, though. They've lost the long control. There's a man sneaking deep into CT spawn, and while Oop has the bomb on his back, there's options all over the shop, and you can see Draken knows that there's half a possibility of Poi coming around onto that backstab angle, but he just can't stay alive long enough to make a reality of it. And now as they crunch into this A-bomb site, there's just so little these CT pistols can do. Twist, knife out, trying to get anything he can. He's ran out of bullets. He's got so many damn kills. And Sapek is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Rotates in from B, Julie's in hand, hoping to be the man who produces the miracles, but realistically, too many angles, too little time. Okay, boy, let's just calm that one right down. Can't land the headshot, but the round's as good as done anyway. It's 1 on the board for Alliance, just the start they would have wanted onto their map pick.
I mean, Poi got 2 in this round already. We'll give him a little bit of leeway on that last one that didn't quite go the way that he wanted. And unfortunately, the entire round, of course, not going the way that Johnny Speeds did. So we are 1 for 2 on pistols as Alliance pick up their second, both of which were on the T side. Still be feeling pretty confident with that. Oh, okay. Twist dying there to the bomb as well. It's okay. It's round number 1. We've got some room to play with. Bomb planted, and obviously round 1 as well. So extra little bit of cash there and quite a few kills under their belt. So this next round should be somewhat of a foregone conclusion. Maybe. Actually, I am talking absolute nonsense. This is Alliance's first pistol. I forgot Johnny Speed won the first one, the second one, because we didn't actually see it. So yeah,
that does help if you
first.
see it.
Yeah, it does rather. It sticks in the memory a bit better.
Force buy up for Johnny Speeds. Understandable. Again, Inferno, very similar to Overpass. You need the utility. If you're not going to get it, you may as well force in. Draken just catches a HE between his teeth. Down to 43 in the opening engagement. Not what you want when you're on an MP9 and already at a little bit of a disadvantage. Apps control taken. Alliance playing Inferno by the book here. It's nothing particularly special. We've taken the opening control. We're using the utility. We're clearing our corners. Inferno 101 for those of you at home who are looking to learn a little lesson from it. Molotov goes in, Heat takes a couple of ticks, drops a counter smoke. Inferno, one of those maps you really just feel like you've seen the patterns a million times and you're just watching the same thing happen over and over again. Nice HE at the very least, down Banana onto Poi. But as Alliance set up for the A site hit, they've got good utility to enable this. They're coming in 5 on 3. This should be, and I will say should, a formality at this point. Limited firepower available for the CT side, limited utility to lock this one out. So 2 players try and bunker down inside of the site. Sved's just not aware that his angle's visible, makes it all too easy. Twist taps away at 1 more, and yes, Draken manages to grab himself a kill from inside of the site, but it's quickly traded away. The job's as good as done. And once again, save called almost immediately. There's really no value in throwing a FAMAS and an MP9 at the problem when it's a 2v4 after plant into that A bomb site. So we get to sit, wait for 35 seconds. This is when you really wish there was a 2x that you could just sort of hold and the round would just peter out. Jobs are good and then we can get on with the next one. Because there's a lot of this on Inferno these days.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are shying away from Inferno and have been kind of since it got put back into the map pool after all the changes and stuff. Like, teams are still not loving the Inferno, the quote-unquote new one, Inferno. So unsurprising to see that, you know, we're not taking fights we don't need to. We're not getting too confident and comfortable just yet. But Alliance definitely feeling a lot better about themselves. You would have loved to have seen a couple more kills come through on that round for Johnny Speed, right? Only 1 kill in a round like that is not great. 1 more, even 2 with those MP9s would have set them up far better into the second round. Because as you said, right, they obviously did force into that last one. Which means that in this round, they have barely anything to speak of. Couple of saved weapons and smattering of utility. Barely anything to write home about. So this should be Alliance pulling themselves up to a 3rd round on the trot. Looking, well, right side better than what they did previously. But I don't know, T-side Overpass, T-side Inferno, maybe this is just a T-side shenanigan. I'm enjoying this because I don't get to see a lot of these teams, so it is nice to have the opportunity to see what they're made of today.
Yeah, you're not going to see a lot of it on map 2. Early pick from Avid. That nade is disgusting onto Dragon. Dear God. 4 HP. It's a nice flash for Heap. He goes for the peak, but unfortunately there's 3 players there just waiting for him, so you're not going to blind all 3. It's never going to happen at this level. Very easily dealt with. Exec comes into the B bomb site, and this isn't even a full commit from the T side of Alliance. They'll send a few players in, they'll send the utility in, see if maybe they get a pick, but the bomb is still on ramp. They've still got plenty of time in hand. This is really just about sniffing out what's going on. Maybe drawing a rotation as well. The bomb is dropped bottom banana, but still we are yet to commit. 40 seconds. Send one of the lesser weapons in. MP9, a little bit of a poke. See if anyone gives themselves up, and there it is. Era gets the pick onto the low HP Draken. Will double back. And well, Sved, P250, no armor, no kills so far either. Back turned initially. Poi deals with him before it gets too sketchy. Bomb will go down. And Letcro, I mean, there's a FAMAS somewhere around there. Yeah, grab it. And for those of you at home that are counting how many seconds of this round nothing happened in, you can start the clock now. Letcro's going to save in towards Coffins. I really hate Inferno. There's going to be a bit of a hunt. And he's going to get the kill. So we get to skip 30 seconds of nonsense as we get into round number 4.
Yay! It feels like there's a lot of animosity to quite a large portion of the map pool. I myself, I've never been happier to know that Vertigo has been basically launched into the sun. But, you know, we brought back Dust 2 and Inferno, which is a bit of a unfortunate one. Well, maybe not brought back Inferno, but we brought all the changes to Inferno. So, yeah, I mean, Inferno Mirage and Dust 2, I'd like to see them maybe just yeet it out for a hot minute and, you know, bring in something a little bit fresher, a little bit more interesting. But we move. Rifles now available for Johnny Speeds. It's that round 4 that I like to talk about. Maybe we'll see that momentum shift come in for them. Draken actually buying into the AWP as well, holding on to Bracket. And this is a good position for him to be in because this is where all of the attention is posted up. But will he be able to get that crucial open up?
Lovely shot blinded up. Sved's there as well to back him up. Double spray down, switches to the pistol, finally put to bed. Is a little bit of a bonus round this for the T side, but that's a lovely little counterplay from Johnny Speeds to get themselves in a slightly stronger position and look to open their account here on map number 2. Last man up, Era trying to do something of a miracle. Could do the bomb plant as well, just to build a little bit of cash, but there's too many bodies, not enough time. Draken the man to put him down, a double kill from the AWPer here in round number 4. And the CTs have their account opened. The rare fast round on Inferno goes against Alliance, and well, they've got some decisions to make now. T-side up for Era, not something you traditionally see on a map like Inferno, but maybe they feel like he can get some impact out of it. And then what's the play to call? Twist has stuck with the Mac 10, which is an intriguing prospect. Era does go for an AK-47 himself and then switches it around a bit, gets the economy changed, gets his hands on an AWP. So where's he going to take that?
Mac 10 feels like a anti-AWP situation. Figure out where it is and then just try and run it over with some flashes and a little bit of, you know, maybe a Molotov or a smoke or something. That's what it feels like anyway. We'll see if that is actually what eventually ends up happening. As it stands now, they're nowhere near that AWP. But as we know, this is a perfect weapon for cracking open scenarios. Heap now ready and waiting, and there it is. Heap gets his head blown off, and that's the site almost free. Just got to get through Sapek now if they don't stall out at the choke.
Flashes over the top, keep him busy. Twist goes in because he knows he's only got the Mac 10. Trade should be easy enough. And welcome to Inferno. There's going to be a rotate in, at least from Letcrow, who wants to give it half a look in. But realistically, Smoke going down 4v3. He'd need a kill pretty much instantly to convince the rest of the crew to come and have a look here. It's never going to happen. It's a 4th round on the board for Alliance. The CTs will look to save. And everything will calm down for a moment. Rifles to held on to. It's not a bad look, to be fair, for the CT side of Johnny Speeds. I mean, you keep an AWP, two rifles, keep a good amount of utility, armor, all the rest of it. And T-side aren't going to hunt you that hard because they've got a good buy themselves. AWP 3 rifles held across. Obviously, Twist dies, but it's only the Mac 10. So everyone kind of just shakes hands. Yeah, fine, whatever. 4th round on the board for Alliance. There we go again. I mean, the problem is for Johnny Spears, look, this was going to be a tough map. No matter what way you split it, it was never going to be particularly fun, but they are sort of just getting run over a little bit at the moment. They've had one round, which was the anti-bonus, let's call it. I'm not sure that's even a phrase that exists, but they went up against the bonus. They got the job done. The rifles have come out and they've immediately been slapped about again, and Twist has just bullied his way into the B-bomb site. Realistically, there was nothing particularly smart about that. It just worked. So we really need to see a bit of a change up. I'd like to see some aggression. The smoke halfway down mid suggests that's certainly a possibility. Counter Molly comes in, but Sved is going to disrespect it. Tanks the HE. Sets himself up in the apartments, but it's well countered by Alliance just by not existing, if nothing else. They back out of the position. They let the chip damage come through. They know that Sved's on a timer there where there's just too many angles if he gives it more than sort of 10, 15 seconds. So he has to bail out. CTs have committed a third of their util to making that play, gained absolutely nothing from it. And now Alliance can just slowly work their way into the map control, which is exactly what they're going to do up Banana.
I will say anti-bonus, definitely a phrase I've used in the past. I think it's a great way of describing it. So, yeah, keep doing that.
Lovely HEs, Twist. Just drive by the angle again. They really are getting bullied towards top Banana at the moment, and that's going to prove very problematic. Draken dink through the wall. Down to 18. Down to 18. Taken 18 as Twist showing all those years of experience. That is a nasty pre-fire. And some questions to be asked of the CT defense again. That bullying towards top Banana, they're going to need to come up with a counter for it, Johnny Speeds, and fairly swiftly because they're losing a lot of map control for really no gain. Another huge HE onto Sved. He's not seen a single player. He's 10 HP. Made that 0 HP as Avid's Molotov deals with him, and he's really seen nothing this round, which is always a horrible way to go. The twist into the A-bomb site is just brutal. Twist just tears his head off. Letcrow, really nothing you can do. And once again, I mean, you're backing away for a save, but the problem this time is all 5 are alive, and they're not going to let you hang on to those rifles. Draken's AWP taken from him. Twist. Well, this is a bit of a throwback. Picks up a secondary. Low on HP. Pins his man to the wall. Doesn't want the AWP. 5 on the board. And this is sort of where I expected Inferno to be, realistically. It's turning into a bit of a bloodbath. With the caveat that Overpass looked it, but this one looks much the same.
Yeah, very much so. It is starting to feel a little bit like cyberbullying. There's still some time to potentially turn that back around. Draken, I mean, the one round that they win, you were kind of pointing it out, he has to kind of go nuclear and get 2 kills before they can actually confirm that round. So now in the very next round, they just don't go to his site. They're like, all right, well, we're just going to pretend Draken doesn't exist. We'll go up onto the B site. We'll kind of bully things over there a little bit, run over onto the site. Cool, quick as you like, easy peasy, Bob's your uncle. Next round, they're like, all right, cool. Forget Draken. Draken who? And they just, util dump him out of existence. He's forced all the way back into library. There's a smoke in his face. He's not willing to actually go for any sort of an aggressive peek there. And I think that it almost feels like a lack of protocols to an extent, because you would think that there would be something that they have to return fire. Obviously, banana control is such an important part of this map, but they've been giving banana control relatively for free every round. Like a little bit of pushback, but nothing really to write home about. So they really haven't been doing anything to bite back. Again, it's just giving over. It's the same problem we saw on Overpass on the CT side for both teams, really. Just giving over that space for free. And then once the site's been taken, going, you know what? Yeah, all right, you can have it. Don't worry about it.
think for
Did we
Johnny
have a
Speeds-
single retake on Overpass? Sorry to interrupt, but like, did we have a single retake?
Yeah, I think they gave it a go a couple of times, but it just didn't look like it because it never worked.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem... just that feels savage, but it's true, so I'm just going to stick by it. The problem that Johnny Speeds have got here is that there's no amount of protocol that deals with being punched in the face, and that really has been what Twister's been doing up Banana, right? They had a 3-man play. They had the setup. They had a flashback in, and Twist just went round, got a kill, dinked their AWPer through a wall, and said, no, I don't care what the protocol is. I'm having Banana, and proceeded to take it away. And when your opposition are doing that, it becomes very difficult to do anything, which is sort of what we've seen. I mean, again, this round, there was an initial setup towards Banana. We saw them take the initial control, Johnny Speeds, and then they're just forced out by util. Admittedly, this one's a half buy, so it's more forgivable, but we're going to double back if we're Alliance. We're going to set ourselves up for the execute. We're going to drop all our util into this site, and well, with 20 seconds left, we're going to get a bit of a counterplay for the first time in a while out of Johnny Speeds as Heaps Deagle rings out for one and an awkward spray doesn't pay out. Avid grabs a double though, and that is the site open for business in the 3-on-3. Oop there to catch the rotations before they make it in, and well, it's an oopsie from Draken as he goes down. Era gets another pick, and just as I started to get excited, we're talking about exits once again. Sved down to a single point of health on that Deagle, and I mean, realistically, he probably doesn't even want to save it. He's just looking for damage, and Oop's going to give it to him. Lovely shot. Now he's got something to maybe save, so he's going to try and hightail it out of there, but on a single point of HP, and with limited finances, you've got to imagine, yeah, Era's going to rip his head off just to rub salt in the wound. It's a 6th on the board. That one was a little nicer. I think Johnny Speeds, they had some nice ideas. Alliance may be guilty of cutting it a little fine on the clock, knowing that they were up against a half buy, hoping to sniff out the stack a little sooner. But they found the gaps nonetheless. They got their 6th round on the board, and this is where it starts to get to do or die time for Johnny Speeds.
Yeah, I mean, this has nothing to do with anything, but I think that was one of the funniest ragdoll effects I've seen in a hot minute that didn't actually involve, like, falling from a ceiling or falling from a balcony. Poor Draken. That was very entertaining. But yes, 7 rounds in, economy is very much on a knife's edge. And Johnny Speeds need to find a way back in very, very quickly, because even after doing so much damage in that round, I mean, Alliance are sitting with so much cash in bank. Yeah, okay, you got a couple of players who are a little bit low, but even if they lose a round here, they're still going to be feeling very, very comfortable, sitting rather pretty for themselves. And Draken this time around not able to get that opening kill like he did a few rounds back, so not finding the same sort of value that he had previously. That's going to give over the entirety of brackets control here. And now, Alliance can literally go anywhere they want. They can stick around over towards A, they can pivot back over towards B if they like. They have the control, we have the technology.
This is where it gets interesting. It's half a retake into the bracket. The Era words, high, just goes for a jump across the angle, baits the shot out of Draken, retakes the bracket control. Why not? But this is where you maybe want to see a bit of a retake come in from the CT side, and they are starting to toy with it here. They're going to go for a wander in. Draken stays hard scoped. Rifle behind him to hopefully pick up a trade if it comes through. And oh, that's the shot to hit. Has the shoulder, has the timing, can't quite get the angle. Lekro is there to bail him out with one, but immediately the counter flash comes in, and now that A site again completely under siege. Nothing Sved can do. If you're gonna go for that play, again, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. You've got to hit that shot. Draken goes in. That's the retake. And that's the moment where you go, right, this is something a little different from Johnny Speeds. I like it. They've got an idea. They're going to try and make a play. Draken gets his head cleaved off. And from there, the scaling for a CT side on Inferno is just impossible. You lose that opening fight. There is no rotate timing in the world that is going to hold on to that A site. You need a miracle out of someone. Lekro goes 1-on-1, which realistically, given his position, is all you can ask. Sved at that point, yeah, just start writing the obituary. It's not going to happen. And the hunt comes in. Sapeg will hold on to his rifle for now. Decides that he wants to give Era some clay pigeon shooting practice. I don't know. Jumps across, gets his head taken out. Heap should be allowed to survive here. I don't think realistically Era's going to be that bothered. Does drop his AWP to go and clear a couple more angles with an AK-47, but it's 7 on the board for Alliance. Johnny Speeds really haven't offered a lot in terms of resistance so far. And this is where that loss of the momentum from map 1 is really going to start to bite, right? They come into it feeling confident, feeling strong. Maybe Draken hits that shot. Maybe there's a world where he gets the flick a little closer because he's a little warmer than he was before they got battered for a while and then had a couple of ping issues and took a while to get back into the server. So, yeah, it's a half buy again. I'm struggling to see positives. Another look from the CT side would be nice, but realistically at this point, this is where that exclamation mark GG starts to come in again. Let's see map 3, please. Sapek has full blinded himself. Avid's there with the counter flash, and the man advantages alliances once again.
This is rather painful to watch. About as painful as that HE probably was to land on for Heap. Oh, dearie me. And a part of you wants to, damage, but who cares, man? 7-1. Very close to the end of the half here. Was that 4 rounds left? This is an absolute lost round. Even the gun rounds have been lost rounds, so I don't see the pistol round going any other way. Nope. I thought maybe if they get one more kill here at top banana, maybe there's a way back into it, but nope. This should be...
Should be.
Wait, why have we found ourselves in this scenario?
Because we like playing silly buggers. We play around the smoke. Lecro does well to get one, and then they just don't trade him. The spray's really grim. And it does buy a bit of a gap here. Draken on the 5-7 is very fast on the flank. Timing is going to be absolutely everything in the 2-on-2 as bomb goes down. Lecro does have an AK in hand, and, well, Draken... if he plays his cards right, could just catch half a timing here. They're setting something up on the T side. Era's head spotted. Draken knows the call. There's one in towards Big Pit at least. And here they go. Lecro working his way out. There's the shot from Draken. There's the kill. They don't expect the second man there, and it's Oop. 1v2. Lecro gives him a freebie, and now tapped out Draken. Only with a pistol to work with. Needs to shut the angle down. Gets close. Needs this kill and lands it on the 5-7, but there's no time. He's wasted too much of it. Sneaking around in the apartment. So despite the miracle, despite the beauty of Draken and Lecro rolling back the years, it's all in vain. It's an 8th round on the board for the Alliance, and... well, they've won 8 rounds uncontested. They've got enough money to buy up whatever they please.
They could buy for themselves and for Johnny Speed if they wanted to at this point. Just absolutely rolling in it. The really unfortunate part there is that it's Lecro that goes down first with the rifle and not Draken, who's running around with a pistol. And I think that if he's actually got a rifle in hand, he can be a little bit more aggressive with that fight. He can maybe... close that distance a little bit more, get a little bit more up close and personal. But when you are on that pistol, you've got to kind of tap, tap, tap. You can't really just spray through, and that makes it that much more difficult to try and find those results. And unfortunately, I mean, if there was a kit, if there was maybe an extra second or two, there's a world in which that goes a different way at the end there. I don't know how we got into a 2 versus 2 in the first place, to be honest, though. Like, it was just absolute chaos at top banana. Everybody spamming through smokes. The amount of utility damage coupled with, again, just spray downs, trying to find something through the chaos. And the fact that pistols are able to get kills through all of that as well. I mean, Lecro does a lot in that round to just bring it back to a more doable scenario, but ultimately... can't get too much more done. 3 rounds remain now. And yes, Johnny Speed are going to be able to get a decent buy into this one. They'll have guns in hand, but we're still in that situation of it hasn't made too much of a difference in terms of Alliance. Even if they win this round, Alliance is still going to be comfortable. And no matter what happens for the rest of this half, Alliance will still go into the second at a pretty strong lead. It's either going to be, you know, it could be an 11 round or a 10 round lead, and it could just be a 4 round lead. But either way, they're going to be happy with it.
Yeah, really solid position. Nice counter. Here we go. This is what we wanted. Aggression from the CT side. Run it down, and they do get themselves the man advantage. Can they cling on to it is the question as a scrap continues to rain out. Second mid the battleground, and we do level things out at 2-on-2. Absolute carnage in the opening moments, and to be honest, Alliance did very well to hold on to it. CT side of Johnny Speeds was well set, put themselves in good positions, had nice angles to play with. A lot of adjustments, a lot of flicking later, and Alliance have managed to buy themselves 2-on-2 with 1 minute and 15 on the clock. Draken solo posted towards B. Lecro solo posted towards A, the two who so nearly performed the heroics in the round prior. left with the option of doing it again. Draken has actually got aggressive with it, picked up the angle, controlled Banana. Can now confirm that they're not down Banana, which for Lekro doesn't really make any difference to his current positioning. He's going to set himself up on the off angle and hope for a pick. Poi and Era, they need an early trade here, and they know it. Gun barrel visible. There's the free kill. Now Era knows he's got to land it, and he won't. Lekro with the double. The round that Johnny Speed so desperately needed comes their way off the back of some well-timed and apt aggression from the CT side.
Yeah, the heroics that they couldn't post up in the previous round, Lekro finally does manage to bring that into fruition and nab them a second round in this half. But I'm still getting some PTSD flashbacks to Overpass. To Overpass. I'm still wondering if is it going to make that much of a difference? Can they string these next couple of rounds together? They're still able to buy into this off the back of that win, but as mentioned, Alliance not too perturbed at the tail end of that round. That being said, they're getting into a little bit more of a discomfort. And if they lose this round, then there is very much a possibility for Johnny Speed to take that fourth in the half. But it all is going to start in this round. It's going to start with that opener, and the opener will go for Johnny Speeds.
It's a lot of nade damage on the board here as well. It's a really nice opening from Johnny Speeds. Controlling both portions of the map. Now that the aggression down second mid has worked, there's a little more respect from the smoke from the T side of Alliance. Counter smokes deep into B, trying to control Banana as well. Just taking map away from them early, nets them an opening pick. There's a lot of damage on the board, but Draken's thinking about wandering into this angle again, and it's another one that goes against him. Clean headshot from Avid. And suddenly, what was such a promising opening position starts to look real damn sketchy. Twist grabs another onto Lekro, and this is falling apart at the seams. Oop gets a freebie as Sved feels the pressure and makes a play that just wasn't ever going to be on. Era does the exact same punishment to Sapek. Just as we were starting to think the CT side might have something to it at the death of this first half, it's Heap. He's pulled off a couple of miracle clutches in my time, but this one really would take the biscuit, and Oop is having absolutely none of it. 9 on the board for Alliance as they look to make it double digits at the half.
Heavens above. Last chance saloon for Johnny Speed to do something in this half. Of course, every last cent going to be thrown into this. Curious to see what they do come out with here. They've they clearly have a much heavier lean towards weaponry. It's going to be Kevlar across the board here. There's no kit available. I think that at this point, they've just kind of foregone retakes entirely, which, if you recall, at the start of the map, I was like, can we just have some retake plays? No, we cannot. That's not the name of the game here. Why get a kit when chances are we're not going to find ourselves in a retake scenario anyway? So instead, we'll put that money to different use, make sure that everyone's got something to play with here. An MP9 for Heap is going to be the worst that we have available. And what we need on top of all of this is going to be a miracle.
Nice crossfire setup at least. Flash isn't great. Avid still grabs one onto Draken before he goes down, and Era starts to pick this whole thing apart, gets the kill onto Sved, and while Lekro does go for a bit of spam damage through the smoke, doesn't get any more than that, and the flash is half a second too late to pop. Era is there for the punishment. And well, you wanted to see a retake. They're going to have to give this one a go. Sapek already down to 40 before he's even made it close to the smoke. Is going to make it very ugly indeed. And well, Twist has found himself a nasty little angle to work with as well. This one is feeling like it's job done. Poi gets the kill onto Heap, starts to get revenge for map 1. And this, well, Sapek, you got to give it a go, mate. You got to have half a look in, but with 6 kills to your name in 11 rounds, I mean, Twist, you can forgive him for having a crack at it. Goes for the jump up, doesn't quite find the kill. Sapek is desperate for someone to give him any kind of an opening, any kind of hope. It's just not going to happen. 10-2. Alliance starting to show their true colours here on Inferno.
Deja vu all over again, except a little bit in reverse here. It's Alliance who come through with the 10-2 on their T side. Now, we swap things around. Can Johnny Speeds turn things on their heads a little bit here and finally find some success in this second map? Draken going to open it up beautifully, and that should be the B site available.
Round done. Get the next one going. I mean, may as well. Poi's going to try and get a pick on the CT cross here. Nothing really doing. There's no kits available either, so as the bomb goes down, Sved's still got a full bank of util. Heap's got a molly as well. Yeah, GG. Next round, 3 on the board for Johnny Speeds. I mean, it's not a bad look at all. Just go for the straight B rush on the pistol. That looked like something they'd had prepared earlier. They really looked ready for the early peek down banana. Suspect that that's probably something they see Alliance do quite a lot and get away with. So nice anti-strat there at the very least as they start to pick off the remaining pieces. And, well, are we going to get another overpass? We will have to wait and see. But at 10-2 down, Alliance have bought themselves the right to be a bit cheeky in these opening moments, to go for those peaks that you perhaps otherwise wouldn't look to achieve. So a third round on the board for Johnny Speeds. Probably a fourth before we see any kind of resistance from the CT side.
Waiting to see if this does turn itself into the same kind of momentum that we saw on the first map. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a shenanigan here. The difference being, of course, that Johnny Speed were able to win the pistol after going 10-2 up. Now Alliance being able to do that for themselves instead. Sorry, not Alliance. Johnny Speed's still winning the second pistol, but not doing so when they have a massive lead. Means that they've got a little bit more to work with here. And, of course, a much bigger and more robust buy to play around with. Not ready to count out Alliance just yet, though, because they have been terrifying so far on this map. And they have bought into some very, very scary weapons. Yes, we're at a very low utility buy, but with the little bit of firepower that they do have available to them, I can see some shenanigans going down.
Yeah, so far Johnny Speeds are playing it smart. Just waiting out the initial batches of util. Pretty much textbook how you play the anti-force. Just wait out what they've got, and then when you know they've got nothing and you've got plenty, you can start to plan your exec and really just flush them out with the nades, and don't let those 5.7s and deagles really get into a position to trouble you. First smoke goes out, just starts to lock out a little bit of an angle in towards the brackets. And that will allow this T-side to start applying the pressure. Molotov goes in to prevent the rotation. Counter molly comes out, and suddenly this top banana hole's looking a little sketchy. Lots of people shoulder peeking, but Twist catches a man and catches a double as Heap goes down to the 5.7 as well. And this starts to get really dangerous. That was the exact situation those mollies were looking to flush out and avoid. And now the A site really has to fall swiftly. Lecro does well, deals with Oop, and buys his team a bit of site control, but all 4 CTs have rotated, and they've rotated early here. 30 seconds on the clock. They know they've lost this A site, and they want to be here to scrap for it. Twist already with 2 kills to his name, and Avid looking to wreak havoc. That bomb's going to make its way through the apps, being as cautious as it possibly can as it looks to take the site. There's no util here for the CTs to lock out any kind of an angle. It's shot or nothing. The Sved on 8 HP sets himself up in the mini pit. Early taps from Draken don't land, but Sveds do. And despite the low HP bars, those headshots hit just as bad. Lecro set up on short. This is a really nice afterplant now for the T side. And unfortunately, I think Alliance know it. The early heroics aren't going to be up for much. Avid gets a kill, and if they'd had a kit, that might have tempted them back in, but instead we're looking at containment rather than success. Sved is gonna go down to the bomb. That's an inevitability. Draken will hope to hold on to his AK, but as Poi punishes him on the exit, this should be job done, and indeed it is. All the kills are Alliances, but the rounds is Johnny Speeds nonetheless.
Yeah, that being said, it's a really impactful round for Alliance. The fact that they're able to get that much done, a couple of kills with the MP9 as well, means that they rake up a little bit of extra cash for themselves, and they force Johnny Speed to have to reinvest into this round. So where this should have been potentially a bonus and they could start building up some of that long-term economy, they're not going to be allowed to do that. Instead, they have to throw everything that they have into this because they know that they're at such a huge round disadvantage. And if Alliance just win one at this early stage of the second half, then everything could start falling by the wayside. And the fact that they got those couple of kills with the MP9 means that Era's able to come out. Well, they saved the AK, right? But it does mean that we've got that little bit more utility. We've got a lot more kind of protection in terms of the Kevlar and the helmets. So this, again, we said how the previous round looked scary for Alliance. This this feels almost winnable if you kind of replicate the same results.
Yeah, interesting to see Johnny Speed changing up the formula. Full banana take to start. 4 players here. Aware of how badly it went in the previous, perhaps. They're going to reinforce that portion of the map. Twist, a little more passive on this occasion. Sets himself up, first box. Again, once we've got the initial map control, we just settle down, we let the nades come out, we work our angles. Era really is the man to watch in this round, AK in hand. Full belt of util as well, has the potential to really make a play of this. Still 3 towards the A site, pretty standard setup from the CT side of Alliance, and well, Johnny Speeds, they're cautious. They're starting to prod and poke ever so slightly, but that smoke's going to really ward them back. They can't really afford to go through it. They know how many players they lost in the previous round, and they're forced to respect the util just a little bit more. Unfortunately for Alliance, they've not really read that respect as much as you would have hoped, and they're going to leave just a 2-man hold onto this B-bomb site. It is going to be on Twist and Poi. A 5-7 and a Deagle up against the whole world here. The util comes out. They need an early headshot. Poi provides it, and suddenly that's going to swing them right back into the belly of the beast here. Sved has managed to slip the net ever so slightly, but Era's there for the trade. And now the bomb is committed. There is not enough time to double back. 10 seconds left. Era knows he just has to stay alive, and this round is as good as done. Gets the critical kill. Lekro and Draken combine for a little bit more, but that bomb can't go down, and the life of Avid will win the round. Alliance, we spoke about how dangerous these bits and pieces have been for them, and once again they prove just that. Johnny Speed's giving it far too much respect. They lose 1 pick to a Deagle on the B site, and that's enough to send them right back into the jaws.
That's the craziest part to me. Like, they had garnered so much space for themselves. All they needed to do was just kind of press that advantage, but at this point they're turning tail. They're terrified because they know they kind of need to be. We're on a cliff edge at this point in this map. This is going to be 12 for Alliance. It's going to take some real shenanigans here for Johnny Speed to turn this into a 5th round for themselves, and that's going to put Alliance on map point, and that is going to be devastation for Johnny Speed, because that's okay, 2-round loss bonus, whoop-de-doo. It's not a whole hell of a lot to play with into what would be the final round of the map.
This could be the hero play. This could make something happen. Maybe, just maybe. Sved with a tech up close, but Oop and Twist combine nicely. And the kills all come up CT side. Missed shot from Era leaves him very vulnerable, though, and he's got to play proactively into the angle. Knows just that and does exactly what the doctor orders. Lovely shots from the AWP, and just when it starts to get a little sketchy, we see Alliance settle it down. 12-4. Last chance saloon, and as you said, I mean, the loss bonus wasn't there. They went for the miracle. They hoped to try and prevent map point. No such luck. Techs and Deagles will be all they can bring into what feels like it should be the final round of map 2.
I will say I do love the fact that the bomb is apparently bouncy. And just watching it kind of bounce all over the place as whoever's holding it falls to the ground and falls into really unfortunate places. Not that it made too much of a difference in that particular round. Nice little bit of early chip damage from those nades. It's going to just make Johnny Speed that little bit squishier, that little bit easier to deal with. But they're kind of contacting up here, aside from the usual banana utility. There we go, instantly bursting out in onto the site. But that flash, it didn't really do much of anything, did it? Twist and Poi have shut this one down. Finally, Johnny Speed, however, have found a way onto the site.
This is a really promising start for them. Molotov from the CT side doesn't quite land, so they've bought themselves an afterplant. 2-on-3. Avid's going to be the first man to be an issue, and Sved's dealt with him. Now this really starts to become viable. Era's on an AWP, so retake's not his specialty. As Oop tries to play edge of the smoke. Draken, not aware of the angle, goes down far too easily, and then Era's tech can combine lovely. Alliance showing us just what they're made of. 13-4, they will shut it down on Inferno, and unfortunately that one felt like a little bit of an inevitability, Sam.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate just how one-sided that was. It looked like there were some signs of life, particularly in that round. The contact play seemed to work out well for them. Yes, they bled quite heavily on the way in, but they got control of the site. That was the important part. And unfortunately, maybe getting a little bit too eager, a little bit too desperate to hold on to that round, pushing out a bit too aggressively and not holding on to those crossfires instead. You want to get proactive. You want to find yourself in a winnable scenario. But it's Alliance who stamp their claim on map number 2. Folks, that's going to be us going up to 1-1 in this series. If you are just joining us, it was a very, very close affair over on Overpass, but this has been domination from Alliance the entire way through Inferno. We still have a map number 3 on the horizon. That's going to be Nuke, and it's all going to come down to that knife round to see who's going to get the ever impactful start on that CT side. We're going to take a short break, folks. When we return, let's find out who takes this series.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh. I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. How will I get out of the jungle? Everybody wanna stop me. 10 more steps up the mountain. Now everybody's looking for me.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. is a shakedown.
All right, folks, one more map for all the marbles. Well, some of the marbles. Well, a chance at some of the marbles. We're in the upper bracket of the Challenger League, Season 50 here at ESL. It's the European division, and we are in the midst of the Swedish derby. Johnny Speeds versus Alliance, the first two maps, each team taking their own map pick. But now we find ourselves in the final arena, the arena of Nuke.
Yeah, this was always going to be a tough place for Johnny Speeds to end up, to be brutally honest. It's not a map that they are massively proficient at. It sort of has very similar statistical differences, shall we say, to Inferno. There's a much better win rate for Alliance. They tend to win against better tier opposition, and they've played it more times. It's always going to be an uphill battle for Johnny Speeds in this best of three. Their hope was that their individual skill and the recent momentum of their performances would carry them through. So far, decent overpass, a collapse of an Inferno. Can Nuke be the difference maker? A little bit of util bought into this one. Nade to break the door. Molotov for presumably the afterplant. And a broken door is going to go straight towards the ramp to try and take an early control. Twist, dinked instantly, will be ran down by these Glocks. Survives far too long. Nuke gets a kill, but it's not going to be enough as Sapek and Heap contribute beautifully and take the lower site. Poi trying to get into a position. These Julies, they struggled on map 1. Can they have impact on map 3? Yes, they can. 2 kills in as many seconds. Era lies in wait, but it's Poi who steals the show, and a triple on those Julies leaves Lecro in what is surely an impossible position.
I have faith. Maybe to say I have faith is a bit of a stretch, but we've seen him in similar situations. I think the last time around it was a 1v2 that he managed to clutch out for the team. 1v3's maybe a bit more of a difficult one, especially because he doesn't have the bomb. It's behind that door number 2. And unfortunately, Alliance are giving him nothing, man. They're like, you know what? He has to come to us. There is literally no reason for anyone to be moving anywhere where they don't have to be. Well, Lekra is going to be moving straight into Poi's sightlines. 1, 2, 3, swing! Oh, dear Lord, it's labored. But it's Era to get that final shot through. And it's a pistol round for Alliance and no bomb plant.
Yeah, that was really nice. Twist, I mean, he's had some pretty dire luck with CT pistols, to be honest. Did very well to survive as long as he did. I did wonder if maybe you would have wanted the dualies on the second ramp player in a bit more of a spammable position, but Poi, well, he proved me very wrong indeed. Lovely play from him. Good triple. After struggling with the dualies in previous CT pistols, gets the job done this time. And as you said, without a bomb plant, this buy is really nothing. I mean, you got 2 Deegs, 1 flashbang. Flash, you've got to imagine, is to try and enable the Deegs to have some kind of a peek towards outside, and well, that's exactly what Heap's starting to do here. Just having a little bit of a prod and a poke. Sapek on that second Deagle takes a higher angle. Top of Silo, trying to give 1 Deagle an angle each, realistically. See if maybe someone peeks, and if nothing better, you can trade it 1 for 1. Thus far, though, as Alliance have so often on their CT side, giving them nothing. Although Heap, well, he doesn't need a lot to take a little bit of liberty, and now he's going to have another go here against the AUG of Era, who is looking, I think, a little concerned after that first headshot landed.
Ooh. Able to escape with his life there as well. Wasn't expecting the org on Nuke, I'll be honest. Inferno, sure, it does too. Why not? Nuke, bit of a strange one, but maybe he can make some magic happen with it. But this is great from Johnny Speed because you get that first kill and you just slow down, hit the brakes, and wait to find an opening before you actually commit to anything. Keep this as expensive as possible. They're not going to be able to recover that gun outside. Well, maybe. It depends on if they win this fight versus Poi. But it's going to be Heap that loses his life first.
Twist, there we go. MP9 starts to farm. And, well, at this point, they actually won't really mind losing Avid. 4 kills on an MP9 for Twist. That's going to be fantastic for the finances. And Sapek, well, he should go down without too much more of a fight. Poi, again, a little laboured at times, but Era's there to capitalise on the AUG, on the damage that he did earlier. So the kill comes through. And despite initial appearances looking really, really solid, it's 1 kill. It's a kill onto an MP9. And even that gets farmed up the other way, right? If they die to the rifles and they get the kill, yeah, maybe I can write that off as all right. But giving 4 kills to the MP9 and only taking an MP9 out of the server on the other end, that's tough. So 2-0 down. The rifles will come out, and, well, this is about as much of a bonus round as you can get for a CT side these days. 2 MP9s kept, 1 forward, bought another. Era still on that AUG, still a couple of rifles. It's full AKs for the T side, and, well, Alliance are going to take the fight to them. Africa occupied early. Twist up close red. Avid still lurking around as well. That's an isolated MP9. It gets the dink, but nothing more. And off the back of it, they're just going to push the smokes. Lecro there to punish, but Era and Avid immediately in response. And they've bought themselves a 3-on-3, albeit with a couple of low HP bars lurking around. Avid drops down lower. He's so low on health, though. Heat gets a freebie, and suddenly they're scrambling to hold on to the upper site.
And that being said, majority of Johnny Speed are relatively split from one another here, so if we can get a kill here from one of the Alliance players before they can regroup. Oh god, he ran out of bullets. It's okay, Poi got 1, so now it's Poi versus 2. Already got 4 kills under his belt in the first couple of rounds. He's going to bring that up to 5. It's going to need to be a 6th in order to clutch out this round. Lecro is dangerously low. Timing is going to be everything here, and time is something he does have. He doesn't have a kit though, so he's going to have to move and get down to the lower site quickly.
I think Poi was just close enough to hear that, so he knows that this has gone down lower, and indeed he does as he hightails it through secret. Becomes a game of timing. Poi does not have a kit here, no util either. So as Lecro goes towards the ramp, this is going to get very difficult, and Poi is taking his time clearing his corners here. I don't think he knows where this is, or if he does, he's not interested in going for it. Clears out so many angles. He's actually gone to pick up the kit, excuse me, so now it's just a 5-second defuse, but he's cut so much time off the clock by doing so that I think this round is good and gone. Poi's going to hightail it back sight. He's going to try and tap it, try and bait the shot out. The clock is desperately low as he takes down Lecro. Has he got enough time? Oh my goodness, he has. Poi plays it to perfection. You couldn't have asked more from the youngster, and he grabs a 3rd round from the jaws of defeat for Alliance.
What's outrageous is how much of that comes down to timing, because just as Lecro looks away, Poi jumps across to behind the silo, and obviously that sound gets heard, but because Lecro is not looking, he can't capitalize on him being out in the open, so now he has to push, now he has to get aggressive, because he knows that that defuse is likely going to come through very, very quickly, and with how little time there was left on the clock, he can't gamble. Does he have a kit? Doesn't he? Is there enough time? Is he faking it? Is he actually going for it? Like, Lecro's got to push, and so he walks directly into the waiting arms of Poi, and I'm going to be honest, that was a 1v3 that Poi won out of. So not only does he get all 3 of those kills, but the mind games to ensure that he can get all the way to the end, find that kit, get that defuse. This is what we were looking for when we named him our Kadia player to watch. It wasn't just about the fact that he can frag, but it's about all the extra little things that come with it that help bring the team over the finish line. A 3-round lead now, and Johnny Speed in a little bit of a tight spot.
Yeah, that was tough to watch. That should have been job done. Poi, I think, benefiting a little bit from Johnny Speed's feeling confident after the kills going their way. A couple of peaks that, you know, you can nitpick at this point, but, you know, in the 2v1, maybe you shouldn't be peeking Garage into a Heaven player. Maybe you shouldn't be giving him that angle and that opportunity. And at that point, as you said, Lecro dangerously low on HP. He's almost forced into playing his hand, and Poi does really well to pick up the kit. That was the bit that pretty much swings the entire round, right? Because Lecro's playing it to perfection. He's planted. He's not planted for himself, but he can't really afford to do that. Instead, he sets himself up for an after plant, goes towards the ramp, knowing he's low HP, knowing he's got utility as well to potentially flush Poi out if need be. And then Poi, by picking up the kit, just forces Lecro into a slightly audacious peak, one he didn't really want to take. He gets caught transitioning, and then the man is there to clutch up big time. 6-0 so far on Nuke. Poi doing very, very well. Johnny Sin's going to be able to scrape a bye together into this one regardless. Of course, the last round, it was a bonus for Alliance, but they lost 4 players in the process, so the economy, it's not what it used to be for the CT side. The depression has hit hard for them. They're just about going to be able to scrape the bye in. Will mean that next round, if this one goes south, isn't going to look too pretty. So still an opportunity for Johnny Speeds on the T side here to break some backs and break some hearts.
Round 4. We've seen it so many times. When we finally have guns in hand, miracles start to happen. I like that we're playing this one a little bit more passive, our Alliance. They played for the more aggressive outside positioning this time around. Going to back away a little bit, give over a little bit of that space. Caught, flashed out. Good for his first before he's traded, but now outside belongs to Johnny Speed.
That's a really nice play from Sved, just taking advantage of the timings, grabs himself an angle, finds the early trade, and can just be a nuisance from here on out, realistically. Sits in an off angle. Not something anyone's ever really going to look to clear. Allows his teammates to anchor around it. Twist. Gets caught in transition, exactly what Sved was there to do, and now suddenly there's options all over the shop. Lekro catches the Heaven player, and Avid has really got to pull off a miracle here, and well, they give it to him. Two players line up. Avid with the double, wants the triple, can't quite spray it down. Low HP onto Draken, and Poi, well, he's still alive in this upper site, sat waiting. Draken takes a nade to the face and goes down to 7, and this is where it gets really sketchy. They're going to go for the lower site play. Draken with bomb on his back is still stuck on 7 HP, so as Heap starts to make his rotation around, window's broken, he can make it out with no sound cues, and Avid, I think he's just seen his butt there as he went round the corner. I'm not entirely sure if his resolutions let him though. Draken goes in on low HP to A. That's bombed down by Poi, and if Heap's been spotted, Avid will know exactly where he is, but he's knife out. He's full sprinting, he doesn't quite see the man. 5 seconds, it's going to be irrelevant, but the kill still comes through. Alliance, they are running it fine on the CT side of Nuke, but it's another one that goes their way, 4-0.
And it's another one that probably shouldn't have. I mean, the way that kicks off, they take full control of outside, they get all the way up close and personal, and then they just start losing those duels. Everything just starts falling apart, and they're just unable to recover. It's devastation. Okay, Avid getting 2 there, just in and of itself, is a huge piece of the puzzle that brings them back into the round, but that should never have been that close, and Alliance probably shouldn't have won it, but they'll take that win every day of the week. 4 rounds now is the lead. Another scrape together, pots and pans by for Johnny Speed. It's not great by any measure, but it's a Hail Mary play from them to try one last time before the economy is a total tatters to find something on the board.
T-side finances, once again, just funding infinite buys. It's always fun to see. Era's Org finally pays off as a pop smoke deals with Sapek. There's a pop flash into Mini, but Avid is more than ready for it. Turns, recovers, gets his kill. Heap does very well there to get one, and it's actually going to force Poi out of position ever so slightly. Has to swing, has to make a play, and does so. Man advantage, well, 2-man advantage maintained by the CT side, as now Draken and Lekro left hoping for miracles. Bomb has made its way lower, and as of yet, the CT side haven't reacted to that information. Draken remains towards Squeaky Door, spotted out, tagged up, but there's definitely potential for a plant here. And potentially a little bit more, which, to be honest, a plant would be enough at this point to keep the economy of that T-side flowing, and that's exactly what Lekro's going to go for. One goes down in the lower site. You can see the CTs now reacting to that information. They don't necessarily mind giving up the plant here. Keep 4 players alive. Trade out the final kill. 5-0 start to your CT side of Nuke is pretty fantastic. Era's clearing his way through. Lekro is just biding his time backside here. And that clock, it does continue to tick away. The T side favoured by the timer now as out goes Oop. There's the first kill. Lekro tries to adjust onto Twist. It's not going to happen. The defuse will come through. 5-0 on the board. 3 players alive for Alliance. That's fantastic. But yeah, that bomb plant, I mean, you look down the economy of Johnny Speeds. If they're willing to sacrifice some util, they can make this buy happen.
That's actually so crazy. I mean, I was kind of laying down that going into that was going to be a tough one for them coming into this round. But just off the back of that one plant, well, and a couple of kills as well. That always helps. It doesn't make it's not the be-all and end-all, but it certainly does kind of help that little bit, might allow them to get that little bit more utility than they otherwise would have had. And there it is. I mean, it's a pretty damn good buy, all things considered. They're going to be fairly comfortable, at least in terms of their equipment in this round. I think comfort has gone out the window basically the moment we hit 5 rounds on Inferno, right? Because like Overpass, it was kind of hit or miss. Maybe we can come back on on Inferno, and then no. And you quickly start to realize, well, that's not going to happen. Now we've hit 5 rounds on Nuke, and Johnny Speed have yet to really make a showing for themselves. That being said, they've done so much damage over the last 5 rounds that if they did manage to scrape a win through here, Alliance could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, CT is feeling very fragile at the moment. Definitely potential for this one to go sideways. Sapek just lurking through smokes. Trying to take a bit of outside control. The rest of the team grouped up in lobby. This feels like they want the A crunch, and indeed, with a bit of pace applied, the molly over the top. Poi gets one, but the trades are good. The man advantage is there. Fast-paced pop into the A site works out, and Sapek deals with Era towards outside. That should be job done. You almost spoke it into existence, Sam. A fast pop into A, the kills are done. And at this point, the economy doesn't really sustain Avid having that much of a look with Twist, although they give it a go. A 1-for-1. Twist will now look to save the rifle, but again, that T side, they can afford to give this a decent little hunt as Twist grabs himself a second.
Surely that's the extent of the hunt. I don't think you want to give away too much more than that at the tail end of this round. So Twist going to be able to hold on to that gun. And, I mean, they did manage to actually get a smattering of money throughout this round. You know, Poi up to $4,000 before that bomb finally does explode, which is going to put him in a really good position into the next round. Era as well in a good spot. So they'll still be able to eke something out. It's not going to be nearly as bad as maybe it could have been. But this is a great resurgence from Johnny Speed. Here's the problem. It feels like a bit of a one-and-done play. It's not the kind of thing that you could... it's not the kind of thing that you should be able to continuously pull off. That's the kind of thing that Alliance should kind of look at and go, okay, well, now we're going to have some protocols in place for that. So what did Johnny Speed do now? I sincerely hope that wasn't their trump card. We're going to have to see at least 3 more rounds out of them for a comfortable second half.
Much faster pop. Upper sight again. It works again. Oop, Avid, Era, dead. Job done.
Oh, all right then.
That works. There's really
it does
not a lot
work
more
a
than
second
that.
time.
Detail's good. They go quickly into the site. MP9 top hut's always going to struggle. Gets taken down rather too easily, and then the dominoes just start to fall all too quickly. And all of a sudden, I mean, the CT side, as you said, it's been fragile around the edges, and now the economy starts to break. Johnny Speeds will start to feel the momentum shifting their way. 2 rifle save would be fantastic here for the CT side, and they know it. Poi and Twist just looking to hold on to theirs, and to be honest, the T side are pretty willing to let them. Their economy's not as established as they'd like just yet, so can't really be hunting too hard. Second round on the board for Johnny Speed, though, and they've started to find their way into this T half.
It's quite scary that Alliance can win 5 consecutive rounds, lose 1 and be on a little bit of a dangerous slope, lose the second, and, well, if they didn't save those 2 rifles, they've got basically nothing. It would have just been a couple of pistols into this next round, because the rounds were really, really close, and that's what Johnny Speed needed to be doing the whole way through. When you're this... Okay, you can't say we're early into the half, but we're early enough in the half that just constantly chipping away at that economy makes enough of a difference that there's a chance now for a resurgence.
Twist knowing he's got the rifle, he has to make the play here. He's spotted Heap. Oh, the timing on that is so rough. He knows he's got to make the play, can't quite land it. Hero goes for the spam in response, gets ran down by Heap. That's really nice from him. And this should be a 3rd round on the board. I mean, really solid protocols from Johnny Speeds. They faked the A rush again. Knowing it's worked twice, why not? Oh, Poi just can't quite get lucky here. Dink, but no conversion. Oop does come in and find himself a kill onto Letcro in the meanwhile. And for the CT side, this one really does become about damage. Oop's going to go for a swing into Heap. Hello, nice kill. But any rifles they can take away, you know, we're talking about how fragile the economy is as Draken gets himself a freebie. The more kills they get, the better here. And oh, hello, Smed, you're in a bit of trouble here, lad. Got to rein that spray in, and he does. Sapek bails him out on the M4. 2 players left alive. I mean, it's a lot more damage than you would have expected to see out of the round, but it's one of those I think Johnny Speeds are going to be relatively willing to just write off.
Yep. Like I said, when they had gotten up to 1, it's at least 3 more to give themselves a bit of comfort in the second half. They've managed to get 2 of those. So 4 rounds on your T side on Nuke, you're actually feeling pretty good about that. If they can even push that up to 5, maybe even a 6th, Ooh, we could have a little bit of an upset on our hands in this one. Quote unquote upset. Very difficult to tell. I don't know. Who did you had Alliance coming into this one, right? So would you call it an upset if Johnny Speed were able to snag the win here?
I think it's close enough that I wouldn't call it an upset immediately. It's Swedish derbies. They're always a bit of an untamable beast. There's definitely plenty of opportunity for things to go a little sideways. I think Alliance will be expecting to get this one over the line, though, especially considering their form in the Cups. You know, they've gone from sort of going out fairly early to a second place finish. Definitely feels like they're trending upwards. And they'll be hoping, with their stats here on Nuke, that they can steady the ship before things get too sketchy. Their damage in the previous round was really solid. You can see across the economy, less established for Johnny Speeds than they would like. And with a full buy in this one, admittedly, Era having to sacrifice his AWP once again. Hasn't really had a chance to get that out yet this half. We'll see if the CT side can make something happen. Avid goes for a wander, manages to grab Sved, but is quickly traded away. And that's one of those kills where, yes, it's a kill, but it doesn't feel quite as worth it when you're on the CT side. 4v4s are tough to deal with. As Era spamming through, hoping to catch a bit of a timing, can't quite find it, and Poi goes for a spam of his own, punished. Although Era is quick to recover the situation and knows he's got to get out of dodge.
We've got two Ts on it, dangerously low HP. You could knock them over with a feather. So this is still very much a doable scenario. Thankfully, we're not going to be seeing the saving simulator that we had on the second map. And look at where the bomb is at the moment. I mean, it's not actually under anybody's control right now. The T's are a little bit nervous to actually go for it. Heap tries to get a little bit of space up in towards heaven, gets his head blown off. And now, with only 2 players left alive and both of those players are dangerously low HP, surely you don't try to go for this. Looks like they're going to go to recover the bomb. But Sapek, probably not much longer for this world. And there it is. He's gone and it's left Lekro all alone.
1v3, 23 HP. Feels like it should be impossible. 20 seconds on the clock. He might just want to die here, realistically, to keep his economy in line with his teammates, and that's exactly what he does. Thinks about a plant. Never going to be allowed. Really nice work from Alliance. They wanted to pressure that outside play more. Poi perhaps over spamming a little bit, but Era is more than willing to come back and recover the kill as it comes through. And with all those low HP bars from said spam, it's very easy for the remaining CTs to just mop up the pieces. A 6th on the board. Economy still just about there for Johnny Speeds on the T side. This one, surely, if it goes wrong, will break them into an eco, which Alliance I've been begging for a while. Full buy for that CT side, though. Era does manage to get his hands on the AWP as well, as a little bit of a fake of an early A pop comes through. The util goes through top. Try and flush out an early CT peak, but nothing given.
A good opportunity here for Alliance to run away with these last couple of rounds again. So obviously, they also want to give themselves a buffer for that second half, but Avid's going to lose his life holding that angle, trying desperately to find an opening. There will be a trade to come through. Oh, dear Lord. Draken kills Poi through twist, or possibly the other way around. Not entirely sure there, but there you go. Now, massive player advantage for Johnny Speed. Alliance maybe overplayed their hand a little bit in this round.
Well, Twist mollying out Poi didn't help. Forced him out of his angle. A little bit of miscommunication, I think, in and amongst the chaos of that outside play after the initial kill goes against them. Avid's been playing that angle consistently, and we've seen Johnny Speeds just pre-fire it more and more often. 2v4 now. Should be job done. Oop is thinking about going for a wander and trying to make a bit of a play here. He has managed to sneak his way through the smoke. Squeak. Heap relatively safe inside of the first angle of hut. Footsteps should be heard, and indeed they have, but I'm not sure how much Oop can do about this unless he catches bomb on the cross, which he does. First man down. Smoke will go through to counter. Should allow the bomb to then re-transfer for the plant. Draken takes a bit of damage, but it's not quite going to be enough, and now Era has got to have his head on a swivel. Heap on the tight left angle. I'm not necessarily convinced they're going to commit to this. Era's spamming away, hoping to get an early pick, but if it doesn't come through, I don't think they can justify it. 4th round on the board for Johnny Speeds. A little bit fortuitous with the collateral kill from Draken, but the outside control earns them a little bit of luck.
Once in my life, I saw a triple collat. It's never happened before or since, at least when I was watching. And I long for the day that I get to see that one more time, because it was absolute poetry. This time around, it's just going to be 2. And you know what? 2 was enough. How does that Meatloaf song go? 2 out of 3 ain't bad? Yeah, I'll do the trick. 4th round for Johnny Speeds, as we said, a bare minimum acquired. And here's the scary part. There's potential for more because Alliance's money into this round is not great. It's not great. They're still going to get a buy out of this. Yeah, they're going to kind of spread the wealth around a little bit there too, MP9s, just to try and bolster ever so slightly. But if Johnny Speeds can win this round, we're looking at a 6-6 half, which I don't think is the scenario Alliance were expecting when they had that runaway 5-round lead.
Spam from Era not quite connecting. Does on the second time of asking, however. Draken goes down outside, and Era, well, he's just outstayed his welcome ever so slightly. Twist, meanwhile, does manage to grab a kill, but is quickly traded away into a 3-on-3. And it's the lobby crunch called. They want to try and take the fight to this T side, and they do just that. Avid with a double, bomb down. Should be job good as done. Sapek left. Picking up the pieces in a 1v3, wondering where his teammates have all got to. The initial trades were solid, but the timing on a late lobby crunch with Avid there leading the charge. Plenty of time for Sapek to play with, if nothing else. Decides he doesn't like his gun on his right-hand side, switches the angle, switches it back. But nothing given by Alliance here, just holding the bomb, holding their angles. They've got utility still available as well. Mid-round lobby crunch gives you that benefit, so the smoke goes down, locks out the best angle available to Sapek, puts him in one of the worst ones. Realistically, at this point, he is out of options. 40 seconds on the clock. I mean, he's got a full belt of util, but it's not really anything that'll help him. If he gets a smoke, then maybe he can drop it to get a bit of positioning inside of main and maybe get something from it, but what he's got left is damage-dealing util, and unfortunately so have the CT side. They just continue to chip away at him with HEs, leaving him 11 health and a dream. And, well, that dream at the moment is just to hold on to his rifle. Alliance will have their 7th.
Part of me is like, maybe you should have just kept that last little bit of util that you had. Keep that into that next round, because it's going to be the very last round in the half of his Alliance. Have pulled themselves up to 7 now, and the major fears about them losing this round and having to come in with basically nothing to their names have more or less been assuaged. They're still going to have money now into this round, or back in Draken's hands. It's going to be dropped over by Twist for him. So that's going to allow them to have a very, very robust buy, except maybe for... There we go. I was wondering what the hell was going on there. Yeah, it's solid. It's doable. It's... Compared to what Johnny Speed have to work with here, it's a whole right side better. I think Sved's just going to be trying to play some sort of tip of the spear here with that Tech 9, trying to get in and cause some problems, but it's that Molotov that causes problems, and despite that, it's Draken for the opener.
Fantastic opening kill, buys a little bit of space. Trying to get proactive with it. Sapek as well, taking some control early outside, and Poi already tagged down despite the early molly ticks. Just not quite enough. Era down to 22 on the AWP. And this is starting to feel real damn sketchy for the CT side. They don't know what's going on outside. They don't know if people have snuck lower. Twist is on the angle. In need of a bit of a miracle here. Spotted out, has to drop back. Can't quite find the headshot that he was looking for. Concedes the hell control, which will force Era to come and cover. All the while, they just double back. So much of this CT presence has been pushed back, pulled from pillar to post. Poi tries to hold on to Hut with all he've got, and they're going to go out Squeak. Timing on this is everything. Poi starts to shift on through, but the A site has been taken. So surely at some point they will turn to watch their backs. Lecro, tucked vent, goes down. Heap gets one onto Twist in the meanwhile though, and the man advantage maintained for now by the T side. Sapek in towards Mini as well placed, but Era wanders out of heaven to grab a pick onto him and buy half a chance. 3 on 3, that bomb starting to tick away. Poi knows there's a timing on this squeaky play. He knows someone will head here at some point, and Heap does, to have his head caved in. Tech 9 inside of the site. Draken in the hut. That bomb slowly but surely ticking down as Sved is tagged and dealt with, and it's all on the vet. Draken's got it all to do. The defuse just straight up being stuck, and Alliance somehow, some way have their 8-round half.
Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a Benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of A to Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, acting like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice?
The bare minimum is all they're allowed to get. They were on the precipice of just one more to make it 5, but Alliance stamped out those hopes and dreams, and they come into this half with 8 rounds on the board, a 4-round lead, but will it be enough now? Johnny Speeds with an opportunity to mount a CT side and looking to turn this back in their favor.
Need a big round from a couple of individuals here. Heat going to be the first one to really be tested on the angle. Nothing he can do. Lekro and Sapek, though, combining beautifully. Handful of kills. Man advantage is there, and a fast-paced flank from Sapek tries to put the pressure on, but Era just taps away at their heads as they try and flank him down. Buys the 1v1. Out of absolutely nowhere, Avid is put into position. Bomb is down. Sapek has no information to go off either. Era somehow, some way, in such an isolated position on the ramp, got so many kills, and this really is just a game of chicken. The timings are everything. Sapek spotted, bomb grabbed, Avid thinking about an escape and does just that. Dodges straight away to the A bomb site. A plant here will be fantastic for the T side. Fantastic economy building if nothing else, and he's got a chance to do even more as those digits are punched in. Sapek, 2 kills so far. Looking to be simple about it, not mucking about. Goes down the ramp. Sets himself up in the lobby. Avid on a bit of an off angle here, but Sapek is looking for it. It's an ugly fight, but the Glock finally comes out on top. Era, the hero of the round, but it's Avid who gets the job done, and Alliance have 9.
A little bit close for comfort there, it felt like. And again, we've got some kind of individual heroics that needed to step up to a certain extent to just keep that ball rolling, keep some sort of an advantage there. I'm speaking, of course, of Era with the double kill over towards ramp, which allows that 1 versus 1 and a quick decision-making from Avid to push back towards site, get that bomb planted, and finally put that final nail in the coffin. 9 rounds now for Alliance on the precipice of double digits, and opportunities starting to slip away from Johnny Speed. They'll come into this with 1 from us, backed up by a couple of deagles, 5-7 there just to add a bit more punch to it, but is it going to be enough for them?
Asking for miracles now, realistically, on the CT side of things. Initial util bled dry. Couple of smokes left to buy a bit more time, but firepower, util, it all favours the T's of Alliance. As they start to clear their outside control. Lecro well set on red. Not the most common angle in the world, but one that is sometimes tested. And well, Alliance have decided to change their minds as the smokes come out with a minute on the clock. Just trying to take a bit of control, a bit of presence towards ramp. Use those Mac 10s to clear a couple of the early angles before you send in the rifles to mop up the rest. Nothing given so far. Alliance feeling a little tetchy here, you think. Just slightly frightened of the initial angles. Now they'll head in. The smoke doesn't dissuade them. Heat takes a ton of damage, but manages to drop, if only for a second. Twist hunts his man down, finds the conversion. A rotating Deagle tags away. But well, the T-side aren't interested yet. Lecro's fast flanked. That red position has finally paid off. There's one in the back, but it will be no more than that. Oop, quick on the reactions as Sapek finds another. And this is sketchy now. 3-on-3. They're going to swarm into the upper site and get all the kills in the world. How have they done this? Oop on 4 HP with 10 seconds on the clock in a 2v1. He's dead before that bomb goes down. And Johnny Speeds are not done yet.
Oh, that was a bit of an overcook, it felt like. You know, they were already garnering quite a bit of space for themselves over towards ramp. Twister's run in, gotten that first kill, and then they decide to pull back. They're like, all right, Twister in particular, he's like, I run all the way towards the bomb site. That's probably going to pull rotation, so now we should pivot back. We're so close to the site. All we have to do is just turn around, go and plant, it'll be fine. What they don't realize is that we've had that flank coming in. We've got that Deagle ready and waiting to get that shot through. No, it can't get the follow-up, but everyone is in position. We haven't had over rotations from Johnny Speeds. They play that perfectly. The patience just unmatched in that moment, and Alliance really do kind of shoot themselves in the foot. If they just committed to ramp, that could have gone an entirely different way. But hindsight is 2020. We move into the next round, and now it's one rifle with a few pistols to try and bring some momentum back, because the economy just got itself reset.
Looking for a miracle of their own here, the Alliance. Outside control. Not a lot of util to back it up, but just looking to contest and hoping that maybe a peek, a swing, something gives up a bit of control. Draken spotted out. HE start to come in. Lecro the same, but no heads ripped off just yet. This counter CT util allows them to reposition. Draken playing in and around the back of credit. Just looking for a timing on the angle. Gets exactly what he's after, and there's no one really there to punish in response as, well, the CT side just start to mop up house. Nothing doing at all for the T's of Alliance. Johnny Speeds have 6, and that is a flawless rifle round from the CT side.
Down to only a 3-round deficit. So when we talk about the 4 rounds being the bare minimum, and this is exactly why, because once you swap, once you're on that more favored position, it can be so easy to snowball your way to success that maybe you weren't anticipating having. Now, Alliance, they had forced into that previous round. A little bit of confidence going into that one, maybe a bit of overconfidence. And this round, it's going to be just a full-on eco round. Nothing bought, nothing doing. Realistically, this has just got to be one of those rounds that you just get over with, go next, look towards what can come in future rounds, because they're so close to those double digits. The possibility here of having this map suddenly turned on its head and turned on them, I think that could be maybe getting into the mental a little bit.
French timeout in full force. Settle back. Use all the time in the world just to talk about how you're going to play out those next few rounds, because you're right, this one is starting to get too close for Alliance's comfort. Felt like they had a really solid CT side. Should have been job done with the pistol conversion, but second guessing themselves. Feeling the pressure, perhaps. It's coming second in the previous cup, knowing that they've got limited opportunities to get themselves to the regional finals now. Here comes the rush towards the ramp. Heap. M4A1, not got the most bullets in the world, but he reins it in well for a double. And at this point, the supporting line's being well ran, so these Glocks just going to be cut down before they can get too much done. Boy, trying to be cheeky with it, but I say it's an inevitability. It's a matter of time. The double HE comes in. Era last up. Stuck himself into a corner. Hopes to catch a man in transition. No such luck. 7 on the board. Johnny sweeps. Johnny sweeps. They're sweeping the CT side.
Oh, man. Waiting for a miracle, but nothing doing. All right, Alliance. what can we bring out this time around? Obviously, that first round was the pistol. Pistol can be a little bit coin flippy, a little bit 50-50. Now, it's an actual rifle round. And it's an important one. Because sure, they're going to start building up that last streak bonus. And as we've said, right, the seaside economy can be a little bit more forgiving, especially if you can actually get in and get that bomb planted. But it could start to become a bit of a runaway train here. One more round here. Johnny Speeds. Oh, come on. Just random smoke spray. And already Alliance at a deficit.
Gonna need something special out of someone here. Pop of the smoke. Punished beautifully, Draken. So they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Draken living proof of the opposite. Grabs himself another. Era goes down. These smokes have not been friendly to the T side of Alliance in this round. So Avid and Oop left to try and pick up the pieces. Sapek low on HP, doesn't want to take that fight, but his teammates, fantastic position to cover him, back him up. Make sure there's no funny business tapping away. Draken perhaps getting a little too keen after his initial double, goes for a couple of peeks that he could probably have done without. Necro, headshot jump peek, just spots out the man. And realistically, there's nowhere for Alliance to go here. They're stuck top of secret. Hemmed in on all sides. 40 seconds on the clock again. Almost just looking for damage and death, and well, they're struggling to even get the former. Sved deals with Oop, and Avid finds the same fate. A flawless round, all 5 alive for Johnny Speeds, and this is starting to get real sketchy now.
I think it's the flawless that really does it for me. The fact that Alliance weren't able to get even a single kill in all of that chaos. And again, it's a lot of these kind of 1-for-1s. And okay, part of that comes down to clearing out smokes with HEs and forcing uncomfortable positions. And Johnny Speed's doing really well to utilize their space and their utility to force Alliance into really, really uncomfortable positions. So you've got to give them props for that. But for Alliance now, that was a really important round. This round, they've got like no money left. And we're about to even out the scoreline. They've managed to pick up 1 round in this half. Can anyone say deja vu? It really is feeling like Overpass. Maybe a different scoreline to bring us into the half. But this is exactly what we saw. A lead from Johnny Speeds into the half. They win the pistol round. And right after that, everything turns on its head. Now it's Alliance's turn to suffer that same fate.
Really struggling. That one swing round where they had it all in the palm of their hand and second-guessed themselves could come back to haunt them in the worst possible way here. Oh, a bracket beckons for the loser of this matchup, and 4 Deagles and a Glock are all that Alliance have to stave that fate off a little while longer. Draken deals with the first. Hoi able to trade, but again quickly mopped up by Heap, and they are just dealing with these Deagles so beautifully. Draken tapping away, and whilst Avid gets some damage with that kill, surely shouldn't be enough. Oop has managed to find himself into a position towards Hell, but as he loses all of his teammates, really needed some support to make anything of it. Reliant now on someone just wandering into his angle, unawares, and, well, Johnny Speeds aren't going to give him that fate. Starts to tuck his way in towards Hell, but he's being escorted the whole way by the crosshair of Heap, just switching between a couple of angles, and now position known, does very well to find himself the first. 2 more with bomb down in no man's land, though, means a crossfire that should surely be impenetrable. 35 on the clock. Does have the potential to pick up a rifle here and maybe give himself a little more firepower moving forwards. 30 seconds, hasn't yet done so. There we go, clears out a few more angles. Footsteps getting a little more urgent as he tries to clear his corners, and Sapek will put his man down. All level here on Nuke.
Good heavens. I mean, I think that round goes more or less as expected, given what they bring into it in terms of who won it. It was very close, and that's always good to see. It's always fun to have that, a little bit of extra cash garnered as well, and trying to chip away at the veritable trust fund that Johnny Speeds now have, kind of floating their boats. But Alliance now second real gun round for them. AWP in hand as well. It's T-sided AWP for Era. We've seen him do some magical things with this on other maps, so maybe we can get some similar results here, but they need to be drawn out into the open, and I don't think the Johnny Speeds are going to be so easily baited into that trap. They've been playing a really patient game here, and it's been solid from start to finish. Alliance, they're the ones that have constantly got their foot on the accelerator, and they're just accelerating into a volley of bullets.
Yeah, just not had those opening picks they so desperately need on the T side. Chipped away at everywhere they look, as you said. No real map control into this one either. They managed to get a man down secret in Poi. But that's really about it. The most of them crumpled around lobby. A little bit of outside control with Twist, but not enough. 50 seconds on the clock. A double pump execute feels like the only option, but they're lacking smokes to cut the angles as well. Hoping perhaps that the pick would come sooner than it has. Now left. Discussing what few options their util gives them. Era's going to set up the A-site pop. The bomb will look to join in lobby. Perhaps a lurk towards Secret is all that's left to call. Heat forced out of the first angle he'd choose by the Molotov, but Sved stayed alive, drops a molly to cover his own angle, and Heat aggresses further into the hut, starts to cut them down before they even make it in. Lecro with one more, and the demolition be good and done here, if not for Poi, who finds a triple out of nowhere, buys a 2-on-2, 10 seconds, that bomb has to be planted, and it has to be now. Heat with the denial, and it's double digits for Johnny Speeds.
Oh, it's devastation, man. Poi doing so much in that round to just keep this ball rolling that little bit further along, but it comes down to information. We don't know where that last player is. We're trying to cover the bomb, trying to make sure that it can get planted, trying to do a little bit of body blocking and create that opportunity. But it's Heap swinging from lobby, completely unawares, and it's a double kill to seal them a lead for the first time. Double digits, 3 away from stealing away this map and this entire series and sending Alliance down into this lower bracket. Alliance now very little to work with in this round. Again, they're the ones that have to put their foot on the accelerator, and sometimes they can garner some results off the back of that, but it's stability in the mid to late game that they just struggle with so consistently.
Sapek with the early opening again. Heap feeling a little bit of pressure. Just backs away behind the T-side smoke, gives the outside control up, knowing his team already have the man advantage, so much easier to give the control away, and then on the fade of that very smoke, punishes. Avid goes down, and these pistols just being whittled away. Poi doing all he can, and it's another big double kill from the AK. Down to low HP, he's really started to come into his own in these late moments on Nuke. Gonna need so much more magic here. The Sved well placed inside of the hut. He's feeling increasingly pinned in as Sved actually just resets his angle, and you can see Poi knows what the likelihood is. He's looking for the hunt, but it opens up so many potential timings. He's going to go back for more as Sved just settles himself outside a squeak. Bomb to be planted. 3v2 after plant for the CT side. Poi low on HP, punished. Sved quick headshot, and it leaves Era not on his favoured gun, not having the best of series. Needs a little bit of magic here, looks to flank out, spotted as he makes the play, and that means that 3 players inside of the site can just look to nail this defuse down, surely. Holding the kit, holding all the cards. Johnny Speeds have 11. What a comeback from this CT side.
I mean, I wanted to temper expectations a little bit, you know, and I wanted to build that storyline of, well, maybe there's that possibility of that comeback. But after the cosmetic comeback we saw on Overpass, it was a lot of like, I'm going to be honest, there was a lot of lip service. And yet, Johnny Speeds actually are making it happen here for themselves. Brought themselves up to 11. One more round here will put us on map and series point. But Alliance, it feels like, you know, I was saying that it didn't feel like they were running into the same brick wall over and over again on Overpass. This time around, it kind of does. We're seeing a lot of the same attempts happening round after round, and it's never really garnering them success, and yet they keep continuing to do it. They keep trying to make it happen. Poi's going to get one, but is instantly traded out, and with him off the board, that's the raid boss down. So how do Alliance recover?
He's really been the catalyst of everything good. Molly goes in, Draken full blind finds the kill onto Oop, and well, it's an ugly fight for Avid, but he does get the better of it. Heap there to bail his teammate out of dodge from an awkward position, but Twist again, instant trade, and this is feeling mighty sketchy for Lekros. He tries to play round the smokes, flashed, spotted out, somehow, some way still alive, finally put down, and it leaves Draken 2 HP after his earlier engagements. A 1v2 for the vet Orpa. I don't know if he even wants to give it a go here, realistically. I mean, the money justifies it, if nothing else. He'll go round the world. Kit on his back buys him a little more time. Needs a kill, though. Needs someone to overstep an era. The more this clock ticks down, the more he thinks about the possibility of this very flank quickscope from Jack and lands on one. But that clock is already so far ticked, and yeah, as the molly goes out onto the bomb, there's really nothing Draken can do. Twist plays it to perfection. Alliance have their own double digits as Draken tries to take away the last rifle. Can't quite do so, and the bomb will actually find it in the end.
Well, there you go. Mission accomplished. Maybe not necessarily in the way that they expected, but they've done it. Speaking of done it, Alliance finally, after banging their head against this wall for so many rounds, they've managed to form a crack, and they have pried it open with their bare hands and given themselves a second round on this T side. It has been hard fought for them, but is it going to be enough? Because Johnny Speed still have enough money to come into this round, and with a timeout coming through here, they're realizing, all right, guys, if they keep this up, if they keep hammering away at that chink, we could be in some serious trouble. So conversations need to be had. How can we get proactive? How can we stem this tide a little bit more? Stop Alliance from taking this next round, because even if Johnny Speeds lose this round, they're still okay for one more. Here's the problem. If they then lose that round, it's map point and they're on a very broken buy. So for the sake of their economy, this is an important one, but the same can be said for Alliance. This will be a very, very important swing round.
Could be decisive. Both teams know it as well. Very passive in the opening moments. No fast flushes here. Here they come, thinking about the A-pop, and in fact they are going to go through the molly here. I don't know if Sved's heard it. Isolated backside, nothing he can do. Avid with the big double. Poi finally chimes in as well. Job done. 11 all. Draken and Sapek, decisions to make. 2v5 does not feel viable. Make it 1. Draken. Again, it's one of those frustrating situations where you've just about got enough money to give it a go, but realistically the situation doesn't warrant it. And a 1v5, you know they're going to hunt you down, and they've got you stuck in towards showers. Draken can't quite land the critical flicks. It's 11 all. Alliance were never going to go quietly in this series. Swedish derbies always have a habit of giving you that little bit of magic. And as the buy comes in, you're just about right here, Sam. I mean, this one goes south and suddenly Johnny Speeds are broke.
Honestly, I mean this in like the best way possible, but it's starting to feel a little bit like one of those drill scrims where like you come into the scrim and you've said to your team, all right guys, these are the protocols that we're going to be drilling today. You're going to keep hitting this site every single round. You're going to keep running this exact same exec every single round until you get it right. And so they do these A hits round after round that's just not getting the results, and it's just like, all right guys, one more time, again, do it better. And eventually they actually do. They nail that exec, in 2 consecutive rounds of that exact same exec working perfectly in their favor, brings them up to an evened out scoreline, and has just about broken some economies. Just about. One more round will do it here on either side. Whoever wins this round will more than likely take the map. I've been wrong before, so you know, don't quote me on that one, people, but statistically, in terms of the momentum, whoever wins this round should win the map.
As critical as can be. And well, are they thinking about the same thing again? Lobby controls all they've got. They're set up for the exact same, but the CT side are well set for it on this occasion. There goes the util. Here comes the push. Can the CTs deal with it? Third time of asking. Poise taken full sight control before he sees anyone. But the nades coming in do well here as HE takes out his own teammate, but it doesn't matter. The carnage still works. Man up. Alliance get the bomb down. And that economy raises some big decisions now. Johnny Speeds, 2v3. Can you justify this afterplant? Sapek has $100 to his name. Lekro is skint as well. Draken hits a nice shot though, and that might tempt them in. The Orpa starts to lurk. The Orpa's spotted, but he's not dealt with, and the Molly perfectly flushes out Avid, but they don't kill him initially. The Molly gets the job done regardless. There's no kit available. This is going to be mighty, mighty close, but I think Draken and his miraculous AWP have just about got the job done. It's map and series point for Johnny Speeds out of absolutely nowhere.
Oh my god, that tandem push, that Molotov that lands so perfectly, and then Draken misses the shot, and at that point, I'm like, how on earth? But the fact that the Molotov is there to get that cleanup to ensure that Draken can survive, because just a little bit of a spray transfer there, and that round goes completely differently. But the Molotov does the job, allows Draken that little bit of time to go and get the defuse. And, well, I said I'd been proven wrong before. I've been proven wrong again, because there is actually money available for Alliance here. They're going to pull out a nice, robust buy for themselves and are angling for that overtime. This time around, that exec did not work out the way they wanted it to. It got close to doing the exact same thing, but now Johnny Speeds have a bit of a better read into it. So now we'll change things up. Start moving down towards that B site. They've already made their way down towards Squeaky. And look at this. I mean, the conditioning. Johnny Speeds have heavily reinforced this A site because they're expecting it to be yet one more push through lobby.
This is going to be really tough for the CT side to hold on to here. Lekro solo against essentially the full might of Alliance. Taking a little bit of control towards lobby now, the CT side, but there's a real timer on this. They need to realize what's up and they need to do it soon. Red control spotted one. But can they do any more than that? Draken deals with the lurk. Now it's all on Lekro. He needs to have a massive round here. Gets caught out by the edges of the smoke, and Poi is there with the punishment. 4v4, it's this lower site or doom. Bomb is in no man's land as it's cut down, and the CTs are getting their kills. Somehow, some way, they scrap it, and it's Avid. A 1v3, the bomb not with him, to try and rescue this series for Alliance. Saved on the off-angle. Draken waiting for the peak, but he's pre-fired. Finds the first. 18 seconds on the clock. He's not got a lot of time to play with here, Avid. He's got a lot of util to potentially flush men out, and that's what he does. Sved, Motley will have to chance his arm. Can't get it. Last man up. 8 seconds. Here's Avid. That bomb is not even in a recoverable position here. The clock is his worst enemy, and it's going to be the most anticlimactic of endings as Johnny Speeds take the series 2-1. 13-11 in the final map. It's a slog from start to finish. Johnny Speeds had to earn every inch of that victory, but boy did they.
Yeah, it was by no means a clean affair. The only clean map we had was the one that Johnny Speed did not win. And there was an absolutely dominant affair on Inferno, but Overpass down to the wire, Nuke much the same. And somehow, at the end of it, it's Johnny Speeds who snag that win away, and they will go forward in our bracket, in the upper bracket, while Alliance fall down to have to fight their way through the lower bracket to try and make their way back to the final once more. Remember, folks, this is Cup number 3. 2 of our 4 teams have already been confirmed. Paravision and BC Game waiting in the wings for that regional final. And now we're looking to see who our third team is going to be. An Alliance, having come second place in that previous cup, it's so close they can taste it. But unfortunately, they're going to have to do it the long way around.
A tough break for them, playing some fantastic CS. I mean, the second map, a complete wipeout, but just not quite able to get it over the line when it matters most. Those critical decisions not quite going their way. We spoke about how, you know, this was a relatively young, inexperienced team, and I think that's come back to bite them at times as we see the bracket now. Zero Tenacity ESC in the upper semi-final of the first side of it. And, well, we know who's going to be on the other side.
Well, so the lower side of the upper bracket, obviously, Johnny Speeds will be moving forward to take on Sangal. Some seriously strong competition still remaining in our upper bracket. Curious to see that Sinners got dropped down to the lower bracket, which we're going to take a look at right now, in fact, as Sinners wait in the wings for the winner of Monty versus Favbet. Sashi will be playing Partisan, Arc Red, and Nova Q. The winner of that will play Alliance for one more opportunity to move forward. And then, of course, Gun 5 Esports. I didn't see the rest of that bracket. It's fine. You guys saw it. That's all that matters. But yes, that is going to be us wrapping things up here in Europe for today, everyone. We are going to be back very, very soon. Obviously, this competition continues rolling on as we get closer and closer to that regional final. So make sure that you are following ESL on all of our social media so that you know exactly when we're going to be live again. We should have more regions for you a little bit later on in the evening. But from Wolfie and myself, thank you so much. Thank you to production, and we'll see you all very soon.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God it's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards ECL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/ECL.